cry for Jamie's when it is time, Hera said. He was a good man, but sometimes got angry too fast. He cared for the children and never treated them differently. Jeff's boy, my first son, was like his own son. She looked at Paul. Would you be like that, Usul?
That will not be a problem for us.
But if...
Hera, he said sharply.
She stepped back, surprised at his tone. They passed another room full of light.
What do they make in there? He asked.
They fix the weaving machines, she said. But soon we must take them apart. She pointed to another tunnel. Through there is food work and suit repair. Your still suit looks new. If it needs fixing, I can help. I work in the suits factory sometimes.
Now there were more people around them and more side tunnels. Men and women walked by carrying heavy packs that made wet sounds. The air smelled of spice.
They won't take our water or our spice, Hera said. Never.
Paul looked into some of the side rooms. He saw carpets, colored cloth on the walls, and piles of cushions. People stopped talking when he passed. They watched him closely.
The people think it's strange you defeated Jamie's, Hera said. You may have to prove yourself again, when we find a new home.
I don't like fighting, Paul said.
Stilgar said that, Hera answered, but she didn't sound sure she believed him.
They heard high voices singing ahead. Soon they saw a wide opening on the side. Paul slowed down and looked in. The room was full of children sitting on a red carpet. A woman in a yellow dress stood by a board, holding a writing tool that made pictures of circles, lines, and shapes. The woman moved her stylus quickly, showing one picture after another. The children spoke together, saying each word when her hand pointed. Paul listened as their voices grew quieter behind him while he walked deeper into the cave with Hera. The children's voices were soft now, naming things in a rhythm that echoed faintly in the air. Paul looked at Hera.
You teach lessons now, even with all this happening?
We cannot stop what Lyot taught us. He is gone, but we must remember him. That is our way.
She turned left in the tunnel, climbed up on a small ledge, and pushed aside thin orange cloths. Your room is ready, Usul, she told him. Paul waited a moment before he joined her. He felt strange and did not want to be alone with her. He knew this place had its own strong way of life and customs. The people wanted him to become part of them. But he feared what that might mean. He thought of the Great War he wished to avoid.
This is your room. Why are you waiting?
Paul nodded and stepped beside her. He lifted the hanging cloth and followed her through a short doorway into a larger room. It was square, about 6 meters wide. The floor had thick blue carpets, and blue and green cloths covered the stone walls. Soft yellow lights hung from the ceiling. It looked like an old tent. Hera stood in front of him with one hand on her hip, studying his face.
The children are staying with friends. They will come later.
Paul looked around the room, trying to hide his nervous feeling. On the right side, thin cloths hid another room with many cushions. A small breeze came through an air hole hidden in the cloth ahead.
Do you want help taking off your still suit?
No, thank you.
Should I bring food?
Yes.
There is a small washroom behind that room. You can use it after you remove your still suit.
You said we have to leave this place soon. Shouldn't we start packing?
It will be done when it is time. The enemy has not reached this area yet.
She stood quietly, watching him.
What is it?
You do not have the blue eyes like ours. It looks different, but not unpleasant.
Go bring food. I am hungry.
I am your servant. She turned quickly, disappearing behind a heavy curtain that closed behind her.
Paul felt upset with himself. He went through the thin cloth on the right and entered the larger room. He stopped, uncertain. He thought of Chani and her sadness for her father. He realized they both had lost someone dear. From far in the halls, he heard a long cry, soft and fading. Then again, a bit farther away. Someone was calling the time. He noticed there were no clocks anywhere. A faint smell of burning plants reached him. The air of the cave was strong and mixed with many odors. He knew he was already getting used to it. He thought again of his mother and the future that waited for them all. He felt time moving in strange ways around him. He shook his head and looked closely at the room. Everything showed how deep and rich the Freeman life was. There were many small differences here, many secrets. He saw no poison detector devices, but he could smell strong chemicals in the air. He realized these people had their own ways, unlike any others. He heard fabric move and thought Hera had come back with the food. He turned. But instead he saw two boys, maybe 9 or 10 years old, peeking at him from behind the hanging cloth. Their eyes were bright and curious. Each had a small knife at his belt and a hand resting on it. Paul remembered that Freeman children were said to be as brave as their parents. The boys stood silently, watching him. Dim lights from the glowing tubes high above gave a soft shine to the big cave. Jessica saw how large it was, much bigger than the hall at her old school. She guessed more than 5,000 people were gathered below the ledge where she stood with Stilgar. More people kept coming. The air was full of quiet voices.
Your son has been called, Sayadina. Do you want him to help you decide?
Can he change my choice? She asked.
You speak with your own voice, but he may help.
My choice is made, Jessica said.
Yet inside, she felt unsure. She thought maybe she could change her mind and use Paul as a reason. She also thought of her unborn daughter. If she was in danger, her baby was too. Several men came carrying rolled carpets. They dropped them with soft grunts, raising dust. Stilgar took Jessica's arm and led her to the back of the ledge, where a curved rock made a kind of echo chamber. He showed her a stone bench.
The Reverend Mother will sit here, he said. You may rest until she comes.
I will stand, Jessica said.
She watched the men spread carpets over the ledge and looked at the crowd. At least 10,000 people now filled the cave. More were still arriving. Outside in the desert, night had already turned red, but inside the cave it stayed grey and dim. Everyone had come to see her face danger. A clear path opened in the crowd, and Jessica saw Paul coming. 2 young boys walked beside him, acting proud and serious. Each touched the handle of his knife and frowned at the people around them.
The sons of Jamies, Stilgar said, who are now the sons of Usul. They guard him.
He gave a small smile to Jessica, trying to make her feel calm. She was thankful, but her heart stayed heavy. She thought, I must do this. It is the only way to earn our place with these freemen. Paul climbed onto the ledge, leaving the boys behind. He looked at Stilgar, then at his mother.
What is happening? I thought I was called to a meeting.
Stilgar raised his hand. The people became quiet. Another path opened on the left side. Chani walked through it. Her small face looked sad. She wore a loose blue cloth now instead of her desert suit, and a green scarf was tied on her arm, green for mourning, Paul remembered. The boys had told him about this. They wore no green because they now saw him as their guardian father. He understood the question carried great hope and danger, but he had answered carefully. He learned Caliph, the older boy, was 10, and Orlop, the younger, was 8. They had guarded him all day, keeping others away so he could think and plan quietly. He was trying to find a way to stop the war he feared might come. Now, beside his mother, he looked over the crowd and wondered if he could ever stop it. Behind Chani came 4 women carrying another woman on a small bed. Jessica stared at her. It was the old Reverend Mother. She wore a black robe and had grey hair tied tight behind her head. Her face and neck were thin and dry. The women put her gently on the ledge. Chani helped her stand. The old woman leaned hard on Chani and walked slowly toward Jessica. Her body looked fragile, like sticks under dark cloth.
So, you are the one. The shed-out maps was right to feel sorry for you.
I need no one's pity.
We will see. Tell them, Stilgar.
Must I? Stilgar asked.
We are the people of Missa. Since our ancestors fled from their homeland, we have known only escape and death. The young must go on, so our people may live.
Stilgar took a deep breath and stepped forward. Jessica felt the big cave grow quiet. Around 20,000 people stood still and silent. She felt small and careful.
Tonight we must leave this place that has protected us. We will go south into the desert. Our Reverend Mother cannot live through another journey. We have lived without one before, but it is not good to move to a new home this way.
People began to whisper nervously.
To keep our strength, Jessica, our new Sayadina, will take part in the ceremony. She will try to become the new Reverend Mother.
Jessica looked at Paul. His eyes were full of worry. He said nothing. She thought, if I die, what will happen to him? Fear touched her heart.
Chani helped the old Reverend Mother sit on a stone bench. Then she stood beside Stilgar.
If Jessica fails, Chani will also begin her path as Sayadina.
He stepped aside. From deep in the cave, the old Reverend Mother spoke. Her voice was rough but strong.
Chani has returned from her journey. She has seen the waters.
The crowd answered softly, she has seen the waters.
I bless the daughter of Liat as Sayadina.
The crowd replied, she is accepted. Paul listened, worried about his mother. If she fails? He looked at the Reverend Mother. She was very old and thin but seemed powerful. Her bright blue eyes looked endless. He remembered the same kind of strength in another Reverend Mother who had once tested him.
It is right that Chani becomes Sayadina.
The crowd repeated, it is right.
I give her the desert, the skies, and the future fields. She will serve all people and help in the ceremony of the seed. This is the will of Shai-Hulud. She lifted her arm and lowered it slowly.
Jessica felt the ceremony surround her. There was no way to turn back. She looked once at Paul's face full of questions, then got ready for what was coming.
Let the Watermasters come forward.
Jessica felt the crowd watching her. It was quiet and tense. A group of men walked through the people in pairs. Each pair carried a heavy skin sack about twice as big as a head. The sacks made a wet sound as they moved. The first 2 men put their sack down in front of Chani and stepped back. Jessica looked at them. They had long hair tied behind their necks. Their dark eyes stared without moving. A smell like cinnamon came from the sack. The spice?
Is there water?
There is water, said Adina, but we cannot drink it.
Is there seed?
There is seed.
Blessed is the water and its seed.
The ritual felt familiar somehow. Jessica looked at the old Reverend Mother Ramallo. The woman's eyes were closed, and she sat very still as if asleep.
Sayadina, Jessica.
Jessica turned to her.
Have you tasted the blessed water? It is not possible that you have. You are from another world and not allowed.
The crowd sighed softly. The sound of clothing moved around the cave. Jessica felt cold at the back of her neck.
The harvest was large and the maker is gone. She began to open the top of the wet sack.
Jessica felt danger close to her. She looked at Paul. He was focused on the strange ritual and on Chani. Jessica wondered if Paul already knew this would happen. She touched her stomach and thought of the baby inside her. She asked herself if it was right to risk both their lives.
This is the water of life. If you are a Reverend Mother, it opens your mind and the world. Now let the Great One judge.
Jessica felt torn between caring for her baby and helping Paul. She knew Paul wanted her to drink, but her body warned her of danger. The smell from the sack was bitter, like poison.
You must drink now.
Jessica told herself there was no turning back. Her training gave no help. Was it wine? A drug? She smelled cinnamon and thought of Duncan Idaho drunk on spice liquor. She took a tiny sip. It burned her tongue. Chani pressed the bag harder, and more liquid poured into her mouth. Jessica swallowed it, trying to stay calm.
To refuse this is worse than death.
She watched Jessica closely. Jessica tasted the liquid everywhere, in her mouth, her nose, even her eyes. It was sharp but became cool and sweet. Again, Chani pushed more liquid into her mouth. Jessica looked at Chani's face, it was delicate and clear in the light. This must be a drug, she thought. But it felt different from any drug she knew. Then everything went quiet. Jessica felt something deep inside her change. It was as if she was very small, smaller than dust, but still alive and aware. She could feel everything, the room, the people. She sensed Paul, Chani, Stilgar, and the old Reverend Mother. Jessica remembered hearing that some women died during this ritual. The drug could take them. Time seemed frozen. Jessica looked around. Everyone was still, even the dust floating in the air. Why is time stopped? Then she understood, it was stopped to save her life. She looked deeper inside herself and saw darkness she feared. That was the place only special people, the Kwisatz Haderach, could see. The thought gave her courage. She searched the drug moving inside her. She saw small particles dancing fast even in frozen time. She began to notice how the poison worked, seeing tiny parts join together. She quietly changed them, moving an atom here, linking others there. Suddenly, the poison changed, spreading through her body, making it safe. Time started again. She felt movement. The tube touched her lips, and someone took a bit of moisture from her mouth. Chani is taking the changed liquid to make the poison safe in the sack, Jessica thought. Why? Someone helped her sit up. She saw the old Reverend Mother Ramallo beside her. A dry hand touched Jessica's neck, and she breathed slowly, feeling both tired and alive. Jessica felt another small living presence inside her mind. She wanted to push it away, but it came closer until they touched. Suddenly, she could feel the thoughts and feelings of another person. It was not reading minds, but sharing minds. It was the old Reverend Mother, but in Jessica's thoughts, the Reverend Mother seemed young and happy.
Yes, this is who I am.
Jessica could not answer, she could only listen.
You will soon have everything, Jessica. You know this is true. Do not fight it. There isn't much time. You didn't tell us you are carrying a child.
Why does that matter?
This changes everything. We did not plan for this.
Jessica then felt the shared awareness move again. She saw another tiny presence, quick and frightened. It was her unborn child's mind.
You must be very strong now. Be thankful your baby is a girl. A boy could not survive this. Now, touch her with care. Be calm. Help her feel safe.
Jessica reached toward the tiny presence. She felt its fear. It tried to fill her thoughts, but Jessica calmed herself and said quietly,
I will not be afraid.
Her calming words made her feel peace again. The baby's presence stopped trembling. Jessica sent feelings of love and safety. Slowly, the fear faded. Now 3 minds were connected, the Reverend Mother, Jessica, and the quiet baby. The Reverend Mother's thoughts grew louder.
I have many memories to give you. I do not know if your daughter will stay sane through this, but it must happen.
Jessica started to ask something, but the voice said,
Be still and accept.
Then memories came to her very fast, too fast to count. She saw many lives, places, people, love, sorrow, and death, all from the Reverend Mother's memory. She saw one man with kind eyes and strong hands, full of life and feeling. Everything passed through her mind like light. Jessica understood that the Reverend Mother was dying. As she died, all her experiences were moving into Jessica, filling her like water poured into a cup.
I waited a long time for you. This is my life.
Jessica now carried all the Reverend Mother's memories. She realized something important, she had become a Reverend Mother herself. The special drug had changed her completely. She understood that this was the way of her order, though her training had never shown her this exact path. She felt the tiny presence of her daughter again. There was no answer when she tried to reach it. A feeling of sadness and loneliness filled her. She knew that she had shared too much with her unborn child, too many deep things for a baby to know. She touched the small mind softly and wished she could protect it from fear. Then she felt the baby send back a little warmth of love to her. Jessica smiled faintly but soon felt heavy memories pressing again. Something needed to be done. She tried to remember, but her thoughts were slow and cloudy from the strange drug. Then she thought,
I can change the drug. I can make it safe.
Jessica felt this would be wrong. She knew she was part of an important ceremony. Then she understood what to do. She opened her eyes and looked at Chani, who held a bag of water above her.
This water has a blessing, Jessica said. Mix the waters so everyone can share the change and the good it brings.
She thought, let the mixture work. Let the people drink and feel close to one another for a short time. The drink is safe now because a Reverend Mother has made it pure. Yet the old memories inside her continued to push. She felt she had one more thing to say, even though the drink made it hard to think clearly.
I have met Reverend Mother Ramallo, Jessica said. She is gone, but her spirit stays. We will honor her memory in this ceremony.
Jessica wondered where those words came from. Then she realized they were from another memory, part of the life now joined to hers. That shared memory spoke inside her, saying that people needed this happiness, that their lives were hard. The voice told her they would use this time together before it faded away through her mind. It felt strange. The voice seemed to connect with her thoughts and memories. It was curious about everything that was inside her. Then her mind opened further. She saw a long path filled with other Reverend Mothers stretching far into the distance. Jessica was afraid she would lose herself in that endless joining of memories. The vision showed her that the Freeman people were much older than she had thought. She saw earlier Freemen living on other worlds with softer lives, then taken by outsiders and moved to new planets. She felt their sadness inside her. Far away in that vision, she heard a voice cry out that they had been denied their holy journey. Jessica saw old scenes of slavery and hard choosing of people who were sent to different worlds. She saw how their stories passed from one woman to another through songs and secret words. Later, these stories became stronger when their own Reverend Mothers learned to use the special drink that changed them. And now, here on Arrakis, this water of life had reached its full power. Far down that memory path, another voice cried for justice, promising never to forgive or forget. Jessica's focus turned to the water of life itself. She saw how it came from the breath of a dying sandworm. She saw one of these great creatures dying in the water, and she tried not to gasp. It was a painful sight.
"Mother, you all right?"
Jessica came back from her deep vision and looked up at her son. She knew she must care for him, but she felt uneasy at his interruption. Her thoughts were strange, changed by the drug. She felt like someone who had never known touch suddenly learning how to feel. It was confusing and beautiful.
"Are you all right?" Paul asked again.
Yes, she said.
"Can I drink this?" he asked, pointing to the bag in Chani's hands. "They want me to drink it."
Jessica heard what he truly meant. He had realized the water had once been poisoned and wanted to make sure it was safe. She wondered how far his special sight could reach. His question told her much.
Yes, you may drink. It has been made safe.
"Now we know you speak truth," Stilgar said.
His words carried another meaning, but the effects of the drink made her too tired to think about it. Warmth and calm filled her. The Freemen were kind, she thought, to welcome her like this. Paul watched the drug's effect on his mother. He tried to understand what was happening to her. His special sight showed him pieces of time, if past, present, and possible futures, but they seemed to move strangely, like broken pictures. He understood many things but felt how hard it was to see the real pattern of events. He suddenly knew that seeing the present filled with the past was not enough. True sight meant also seeing how the past shaped the future.
"Drink," Chani said. She held the water close to his face.
Paul stood straight and looked at her, feeling the strong energy of the ceremony around them. He knew what would happen if he drank the spice drink. It would bring him to strange sights and feelings again. He would see time itself and try to understand it.
"Drink it, boy. Do not wait too long."
Paul heard the people shouting. Their voices were excited and wild. They cried his names. He looked down and saw his mother sitting quietly. She seemed asleep, breathing slowly. A thought came to him from his memory. She sleeps in the waters of life. Chani pulled his sleeve. Paul drank from the hornspout while the crowd shouted louder. The liquid rushed down his throat. Chani squeezed the sack until it was empty. The smell made him dizzy. She took the spout away and gave the sack to the people below. Paul looked at her arm and saw the green band she wore in sadness. She noticed his gaze.
I still feel sorrow even now. This was something he gave us. We are alike, Usul. Both of us lost our fathers to the Harkonnens.
Paul followed her. His head felt strange, not fully part of his body. His legs were weak. They walked into a small passage with soft lights along the walls. The drink began to change him deeply. He leaned on Chani for support as they moved through another tunnel. He could feel her closeness. This feeling mixed with the power of the spice, making time and memory join together.
I know you, Chani. We have sat together above the sand. I comforted you. We have held each other in the dark.
He began to lose focus and stumbled. Chani helped him into a warm room with cushions and a bed. When he looked at her, he saw fear in her eyes.
You must tell me.
You are Sihaya. You are the desert spring.
When the tribe shares the water, we all feel connected. I can feel the others, but I'm afraid to share with you.
Why?
There is something powerful in you. When I took you away from them, I could feel their thoughts. You change people. You make us see things.
What do you see?
I see a baby in my arms. Our baby. Yours and mine. How do I know so much about you?
He understood then that the people had a small part of the same skill. It frightened them. He saw that Chani was shaking.
What do you want to tell me?
Usul. She trembled.
You cannot turn away from what is coming. Don't be afraid, Chani.
Usul, help me.
As she spoke, the drink finished its work. He saw far ahead into the grey and troubled future. You are too quiet, Chani, she said. Paul could see time stretching before him. It was both vast and thin, full of worlds and people. He knew he must keep balance. He saw great powers rising, the Empire, the Harkonnen Feydrauther, soldiers leaving their planet, the Guild plotting, and the Bene Gesserit with their plans. All these forces were waiting. Only the Freemen and their Muad'Dib, their leader, could stand against them. He saw himself in the center of it all, walking carefully toward peace, Chani beside him. Ahead, he saw a short time of rest in a secret place, peace between battles.
There is no other place for peace.
Usul, you are crying. You give your tears to the dead. For whom?
For those who will die later.
Then let them live for now.
He could feel, even through the strong effect of the drug, that she was right. He pulled her close with hard arms.
Sihaya.
She put her hand on his face.
I'm not afraid now, Usul. Look at me. I can see what you see when you hold me.
What do you see?
I see us loving each other during a quiet moment before trouble comes again. It is what we are meant to do.
The drug took him again. He thought, you have comforted me so many times and helped me forget. He felt something new and bright in his mind. He saw his future turning into memories, kind moments of love, sharing of hearts, gentle touches, and strong feelings.
You are the strong one, Chani. Stay with me.
Always. She kissed his cheek.
Book 3. The Prophet.
No person, woman, man, or child ever was truly close to my father. The only one who came near to friendship with the Emperor was Count Hasimir Fenring, his companion from childhood. We can see the proof of Fenring's friendship in two ways. First, he helped stop the Landsraad's doubts after the problem on Arrakis. It cost more than 1 billion solaris in spice gifts, my mother said, and there were other presents too, servants, respect, and royal titles. Second, he showed loyalty when he refused to take a life even though my father wanted it and he could have done it. I will soon tell that story. From Count Fenring, a profile, by Princess Irulan.
The Baron Vladimir Harkonnen moved angrily down the hall from his rooms. The late sunlight came through high windows and touched his floating body. He shook and turned sharply in his suspensors. He passed the kitchen, the library, and a small sitting room. Then he reached the servants' waiting room, where people were relaxing before the evening.
Nefud.
Everyone jumped. Nefud stood up. The drug held him calm, but fear made him pale. The music stopped.
My Lord Baron. His voice almost trembled.
How long have you been my captain, Nefud?
Since Arrakis, my lord. Almost 2 years. And have you always tried to keep me safe? Yes, my lord. That has always been my goal.
Then tell me, where's Phaedrotha?
My lord?
You don't think Phaedrotha might be a danger to me?
Phaedrotha is in the slave quarters, my lord.
With the women again, yes?
Sire, maybe.
Silence.
The Baron stepped forward, watching the guards move away from Nefud.
Did I not tell you to always know exactly where Phaedrotha is? Did I not tell you to know what he says, and to whom? Did I not tell you to tell me when he goes to the women's rooms?
Nefud nodded, sweat on his face.
Did I not also say you must check every slave boy sent to me yourself? Did you not see the mark on the leg of the one sent to me this evening? Is it possible that you—
Uncle.
The Baron turned and saw Phaedrotha standing in the doorway. The young man looked like he had hurried there. That look told the Baron much. Phaedrotha had his own spies watching him.
There is a body in my rooms that I want taken away.
He touched the weapon under his clothes and was glad for his strong shield.
Phaedrotha looked at 2 guards on the side. He nodded to them. They quickly left to go to the Baron's rooms.
Ah, those 2, the Baron thought. This young man still has much to learn about keeping secrets. I hope things are calm in the slave quarters, Phade.
I was playing a game with the slave master. He thought, what has happened now?
The boy we sent to my uncle is dead. He was perfect for the job. Even Hawat could not have chosen better. The boy was excellent.
Playing pyramid chess. That's nice. Did you win?
Yes, uncle. He tried not to show his worry.
Nefud, do you want to trust you again?
My lord, what have I done?
That doesn't matter now. Phade won a game against the slave master. Did you hear?
Yes, my lord.
Go to the slave master with 3 men. Remove him from our service. Bring his body here so I can see you did it correctly. I don't want poor players working for me.
But, uncle,
Later, Phade.
2 guards passed the door, carrying the dead slave boy. The body hung loosely between them. The Baron watched until they were gone.
My lord, do you want me to deal with the slave master now?
Yes, do it now. And when you finish, add those 2 guards to your list. They carry that body too roughly. I like things done cleanly. Bring me their bodies too.
My lord, did I?
Do as you are told. He thought, I must protect myself.
Good. The boy still knows how to survive. The Baron smiled silently, thinking, the boy knows how to please me and stop my anger. I must keep him alive. One day he will rule after me.
Nefud called for men and left. The Baron turned to Fade.
Will you come to my room?
I obey, uncle. He bowed and thought, I am trapped.
After you.
Feyd-Rautha hesitated just for a moment. He wondered, have I failed? Will he try to kill me? Does he have another heir? Let him feel afraid, the Baron thought as he walked behind him. He will succeed me, but only when I choose. I will not let him waste what I have built. Feyd-Rautha tried not to walk too fast. His back felt cold, as if it waited for a knife. His muscles tensed and relaxed.
Have you heard any news from Arrakis?
No, uncle. He turned out of the servants' area.
There's a new holy man among the freemen. They call him Muad'Dib. It means the mouse. Funny, isn't it? I told Rabban to let them keep their religion. It will keep them busy.
That is interesting, uncle. They entered the hallway to his uncle's private rooms. Fade wondered, why does he speak of religion? Is it a secret message to me?
Yes, it is interesting.
They entered his bedroom. The room showed signs of trouble, a lamp moved, a pillow on the floor, a film reel open on the table.
It was a smart plan, but not smart enough. Tell me, Fade, why didn't you attack me yourself? You had the chance.
You taught me that my hands must stay clean.
Ah, yes. When you meet the Emperor, you must be able to say you did not do the act. The witch who serves him will know if you tell the truth or lie. Yes, I warned you.
Uncle, why didn't you ever buy a Bene Gesserit woman? With a truth-sayer beside you.
You know my tastes.
She could still be useful.
I don't trust them. Stop changing the subject.
As you wish, uncle.
I remember many years ago in the arena. It looked like a slave tried to kill you that day. Was that true?
It was long ago, uncle. After all,
No excuses.
His voice showed that he was trying to control his anger. Feyd-Rautha looked at him and thought, he already knows everything, or he wouldn't ask.
It was only a trick, uncle. I planned it to make your servant look bad.
Very clever. And brave, too. That fighter almost beat you, didn't he?
Yes.
If your skill matched your courage, you'd be truly strong. The Baron moved his head slowly. He often thought about Piter, the man he had lost after battle on Arrakis. Piter had been clever in a strange way, but even that had not saved him. The Baron sighed. Life was sometimes hard to understand.
Feyd-Rautha looked around the room. He saw signs of the fight and wondered how his uncle had beaten the man they had prepared so carefully.
How did I win? Let me keep some secrets, Fade. They help me stay safe as I get older. Instead of worrying about that, let's make a deal.
What kind of deal, uncle?
You are good, Fade. I don't waste good people. But you still don't understand how important I am to you. You are stubborn. You should see why I must stay alive. This was foolish. I do not reward foolish plans.
You think I am foolish?
I must show you that I am not. You said you wanted a deal. Ah, you young people are always quick. Here is my offer. You will stop trying to kill me. When the right time comes, I will step aside and let you take my place. I will only help and advise you.
Retire, uncle?
You still think I'm stupid, don't you? Careful, Fade. I saw the hidden needle you put on that fighter. When I touched it, it would have poisoned me. Very clever, Fade.
Feyd-Rautha stayed quiet. Was the Baron honest? Did he really plan to retire? Maybe. He could not live forever. Perhaps Fade had tried too soon to take his place. You talk about a deal. How do we make sure of it?
How can we trust each other? Well, I will put Thufir Hawat to watch you. He will keep an eye on you. And you will have to trust me. I can't live forever, Fade. And maybe now you should guess that I know things you should learn.
I give you my word, and what do you give me?
I let you live. What do you say?
I accept. Hawat is playing both sides. He helps my uncle now because I didn't ask his advice before.
You haven't said anything about Hawat watching you.
Hawat is not safe to use.
Not safe? Don't be foolish. I know how to control him. Hawat feels deeply, and a person with strong feelings can be guided. A man with no feelings is the one to fear.
Uncle, I don't follow you.
Yes, I see that. You don't understand Hawat. Tell me, Fade, who does Hawat blame for his troubles?
The Baron spoke slowly, confident in his own power.
Me? Yes, of course. He worked for House Atreides for many years, and he defeated me many times. That changed when the Emperor became involved. This is how he understands the world. His hatred for me is small now. He believes he can defeat me whenever he wishes. That belief makes him weak. I can guide his anger where I want it, toward the Emperor.
To fight the Emperor?
The Baron watched his nephew carefully. He wanted Fade to imagine the crown. He wanted him to whisper the name of an emperor with his own name attached. That dream had a price. It might cost the life of one old uncle. Fade Routher slowly licked his lips. He wondered if the Baron was telling the truth. There was something hidden behind the words.
What part does Hawat have in this? He thinks he can use us to take revenge on the Emperor.
And after he takes that revenge?
He does not think that far. Hawat always needs someone to serve. He does not understand that about himself.
I have learned much from Hawat.
But the more I learn, the more I feel we should remove him soon.
You fear that he watches you too closely.
Hawat watches everyone.
He might even try to make you ruler one day. He is clever. He is dangerous. But the poison is already inside him. When the medicine stops, he will die.
It is like the fighting arena. There are tricks inside tricks. You watch every move.
The Baron smiled, pleased. But Fade understood the deeper truth. The real battle was in the mind.
Now you see why you need me. I am still useful to you, Fade.
Yes, uncle.
Deep inside every mind is the wish for a world that makes sense. But the real world is always stranger than logic can explain.
Thufir Hawat studied the Baron carefully. He had met many rulers. Never one so ugly and so dangerous.
You may speak freely with me. Hawat.
The Baron leaned back in his floating chair. His small eyes watched from deep folds of flesh. The room smelled of wealth and hidden decay.
I suspect many things, my lord.
You warned Rabban for a reason. Now I want the full explanation. You will not leave until I have it.
You speak too lightly of Seleucia Secundus.
It is only a prison planet.
The worst people in the galaxy are sent to Seleucia Secundus. What else should we know?
The life there is harder than anywhere. Most new prisoners die. The Emperor rules that place with cruelty. You hear these things but never ask questions.
The Emperor does not allow the great houses to see his prison. But he has never seen my dungeons.
It is not wise to ask about Seleucia Secundus.
So maybe he is not proud of what he does there.
Hawat gave a small smile. His eyes shone as he looked at the Baron. Did you never wonder how the Emperor gets his Sardaukar soldiers?
The Baron pressed his lips together. It made his face look like a baby's pout. He takes men from his army. That is, he finds new soldiers and trains them.
No. The stories about the Sardaukar are true. The survivors who fought them tell the truth.
The Sardaukar are fine fighters, but I think my soldiers are just as good.
Your men are like tourists compared to them. Do you know why the Emperor turned against House Atreides?
You should not guess about such things.
I can study and guess about anything. I am a mentat. You must give me all the facts.
The Baron looked at him for a long time. Then he said, "Speak, mentat."
The Emperor turned against House Atreides because Duke Leto's men, trained by Gurney Halleck and Duncan Idaho, became almost as strong as the Sardaukar. Some were even stronger. And the Duke could make his army bigger and more powerful.
The Baron thought about this. What does Arrakis have to do with this?
Arrakis has people who are already trained to survive the hardest life.
The Baron frowned. You mean the freemen?
Yes, the freemen.
Ha! Why warn Rabban? After the Emperor's soldiers and Rabban's rule, there cannot be many freemen left.
Hawat said nothing.
Not many. Rabban killed 6,000 last year.
Still Hawat looked at him.
And 9,000 the year before. And the Emperor's soldiers killed at least 20,000.
What were Rabban's own soldier losses in the last 2 years?
The Baron touched his chin. Well, he has needed many new men. His officers make big promises and...
About 30,000?
That sounds too high.
No, it sounds right. I can read Rabban's reports as well as you can.
Arrakis is a wild planet. Storms can...
We know the number from storms. If he lost 30,000 men, what then?
The Baron's face turned dark red. You say Rabban killed 15,000 freemen in 2 years, but lost twice that. The Emperor's men killed 20,000 and lost nearly 5 for 1. Why don't you see what these numbers mean? The Baron spoke slowly. It is your job, mentat. Tell me the meaning.
I told you about Duncan Idaho's visit to one freeman village. It fits. If there were 250 such villages, that would mean about 5 million people. I think they have at least twice that number. You spread people over a wide planet.
10 million?
At least.
The Baron looked at him without blinking. Could this be true? How could no one know?
We have not stopped their population growth. We only killed the weak ones. The strong will grow stronger, just like on Salusa Secundus.
Salusa Secundus.
The Baron leaned forward, his voice low and calculating. What does this have to do with the Emperor's prison world?
A man who lives through Salusa Secundus becomes very strong, Hawat said. Then he gets the best military training.
That makes no sense. If that is true, I could find fighters among the freemen after the hard rule of my nephew.
Hawat spoke calmly. Don't you treat your soldiers strictly too?
Well, but...
Strict treatment is different for everyone, Hawat said. Your soldiers feel lucky compared to others near them. They know it is worse to be outside your army.
The Baron went quiet. He began to think. Maybe Rabban had unknowingly given House Harkonnen a great weapon. After a moment he asked, how could you make sure those men stayed loyal?
I would take small groups, Hawat said. Not bigger than a platoon. I would move them away from the hard conditions and train them with teachers who know their background, teachers who had been in the same situation before. Then I would tell them their planet was really a secret training ground. I would make them believe they are special and strong. And I would show them what strong men can have: money, comfort, and fine homes.
The Baron nodded, just like the Sardaukar at home.
Yes, Hawat said. In time, these new soldiers would believe the hard life was good because it made them great. Even the lowest Sardaukar soldier lives almost like a person of a great house.
What an idea, the Baron whispered.
You start to see my meaning, Hawat said.
But where did that idea begin? The Baron asked. Were there people on Seleucia Secundus before the Emperor sent prisoners there? Even Duke Leto never knew for sure. No one is allowed to ask. The Baron thought deeply. A very secret thing, he said. They must hide it carefully.
There is nothing special to hide, Hawat said. Everyone knows the Emperor has a prison planet.
Count Fenring, the Baron suddenly said.
Hawat looked at him with surprise. What about Count Fenring?
Many years ago at my nephew's birthday, the Baron said, Count Fenring came as the Emperor's man. He was there to make a business deal. So, I think I said something about turning Arrakis into a prison planet. Fenring.
What did you say exactly? Hawat asked.
I don't remember. It was a long time ago.
My Lord Baron, I need clear details to help you. Was the talk recorded?
The Baron's face grew tense. You sound like Piter. I don't like questions like this.
Piter is gone, Hawat said. What happened to him?
He became too bold, the Baron said. You said you never waste a useful man. Hawat said, will you waste me too with threats? Let us stay with the topic, your talk with Fenring. The Baron tried to calm himself. He thought, I will remember his tone when the time comes. Then he said, wait, I remember now. He pictured the large hall where they spoke. I said something like this. The Emperor knows that sometimes killing is part of business. I was talking about the workers we lose. Then I said I had another idea for Arrakis, that the Emperor's prison planet gave me inspiration.
Careless words. Hawat said quickly. What did Fenring reply?
He started asking questions about you.
Hawat closed his eyes for a moment. Then that is why they began watching Arrakis, he said. It's done now. He opened his eyes. They must have many spies there already. It's been 2 years.
But surely what I said was harmless.
Nothing is harmless to an emperor. Hawat said. What orders did you give Rabban?
I only told him to make Arrakis afraid of us.
Hawat shook his head. Now you have 2 choices. You can destroy the local people completely, or
lose all my workers? The Baron asked.
Would you rather have the Emperor send his ships to punish your planet instead? Hawat asked.
The Baron thought a long moment. He would not dare. Wouldn't he? The Baron's lips moved slightly. Then what is the other choice? Forget your nephew, Rabban. Forget? The Baron stopped and stared at Hawat. Don't send him more soldiers or help. Don't answer his messages except to say you heard about the bad way he handles things on Arrakis, and that you plan to fix it when you can. I'll make sure some of your messages are caught by the Emperor's spies.
But what about the spice, the money, the...
Ask for your profits, but do it carefully. Tell Rabban he must pay you set amounts. The Baron lifted his hands. How can I trust that my sneaky nephew won't cheat me?
We still have our spies on Arrakis. Tell Rabban he must meet your spice goals or you'll replace him.
I know my nephew, the Baron said. He will only hurt the people more.
Of course he will. You don't want to stop him now. You just want to look clean. Let Rabban turn Arrakis into your hard training world. He already has enough people there. If he pushes them to get your spice, the Emperor will think that is the only reason. He will not suspect you have another plan. And you, Baron, must never show any other reason.
The Baron smiled with a sly tone. Ah, what? You're clever. Now, how do we take back Arrakis when Rabban finishes his work?
That part is easy, Hawat said. Each year, make the spice goal higher. Soon, things will become bad. The spice will fall. Then you can remove Rabban and take over yourself to fix it.
That makes sense, the Baron said. But I am getting tired of this. I plan to send someone else to rule Arrakis for me.
Hawat looked at the Baron's round face. Slowly, he nodded. Phaedratha, he said. That's why you let Rabban be so cruel. You have your own clever plan, Baron. Maybe we can join both plans. Yes, your Phaedratha can go there as their hero. He can win their hearts.
The Baron smiled. Behind that smile, he wondered what Hawat was planning for himself.
Hawat saw that he could leave, so he stood up and walked out of the Red Room. As he walked, his mind worked hard. He kept finding new mysteries about Arrakis. He thought about the new religious leader, the one Horlek mentioned, called Muad'Dib. Maybe I should not have told the Baron to let this religion grow freely, he thought. But everyone knows that when people try to stop a religion, it only grows stronger. Hawat thought about Halleck's reports on the Freeman fighting style. It reminded him of Horlek, Idaho, and even himself. Did Idaho survive? He asked silently. But this was useless to ask. He did not yet wonder if Paul Atreides could still be alive. He knew the Baron believed the whole Atreides family was dead. The Bene Gesserit woman had helped the Baron. That meant even her own son was gone. What strong hate she must have felt toward the Atreides, he thought. Hate like mine for the Baron. Will my revenge be as complete as hers?
There is a pattern in everything in our world. It has balance and grace, like a true artist's work. You can see it in how the seasons change, how sand moves on a hill, or how tiny leaves grow on a plant. People try to follow these patterns in life, looking for order and peace. But perfect order can be dangerous. In complete perfection, everything stops. When things stop, they die.
Paul Muad'Dib remembered eating a meal full of spice. He held this memory tightly because it felt real. From it, he thought maybe everything else was a dream. I am full of many thoughts, he told himself. I see things that are not clear. I feel part of the great purpose of my people. But I also fear that I lost my place in time. Past, present, and future had mixed together in his mind. He felt tired from this strange vision. It came from always needing to keep the image of the future in his memory, as if it was already something that had happened.
Chani made the meal for me, he told himself. But she was far in the south, in a safe village, with their little son, Leto too. Or was that still something that had not happened yet?
No, Paul told himself. His sister Alia, called the Strange One, had gone south with his mother and Chani. They had travelled far on a giant sandworm, sitting in a palanquin made for a reverend mother. Paul did not like to imagine riding one of those huge creatures. Then he wondered, was Alia even born yet? Paul remembered he had been on a raid in Arrakis to recover the water of their dead friends. There he had found the body of his father in the ashes of the funeral fire. He had placed his father's skull in a shrine made of rock above Hag Pass. Was that memory real or something that would happen later? His wounds and scars were real. His father's shrine was real. Still half in a dream, Paul remembered Hera, the wife of James. She had once come to his room to tell him about a fight in the siege corridor. They were staying in that temporary siege before sending the women and children south. Hera had pulled aside the curtain to speak to him. Her dark hair had been tied with water rings. She said that Chani had killed someone. Paul told himself this memory was not a dream. It was true. He remembered running to the corridor and seeing Chani under the yellow lights. She wore a bright blue robe and looked tired but strong. She was putting away her knife. Some people were walking away, carrying something heavy. Paul knew it was a body. Chani turned toward him. The water rings on her neck jingled as she moved.
Chani, what happened? He asked.
I fought a man who came to challenge you, Usul. I won.
You killed him?
Yes. Maybe I should have let Hera deal with him.
People nearby smiled at her words, and even Hera laughed.
But he came to fight me, Paul said.
You yourself taught me how to fight, Usul.
That's true, but you shouldn't.
I was born in the desert. I know how to use a knife.
Paul tried not to show anger. He wanted to talk calmly.
That may be so, Chani, but
I am not a child playing in the siege anymore. I no longer play games.
Paul looked at her, feeling her strong spirit under her calm face.
He wasn't worthy, Chani said. I didn't want to bother you with someone like him. She came closer and whispered, and beloved, if people learn that Muad'Dib's woman can defeat a fighter, fewer men will try to challenge you.
Yes, Paul thought, that really happened. After that, fewer people came to test him. Then, in the quiet of his dream, he heard a soft sound like a bird in the night. The strange feeling of being alone touched him. He wondered if his spirit had somehow moved into another world, the one the Freeman said was the place of true existence. In that world, everything was free of limits. This thought made him afraid. Without limits, he could not tell where he was or who he was.
Some of the people think differently about you.
I must be waking now, Paul said to himself.
That talk with his mother had really happened. Jessica, now a reverend mother among the Freemen, was worried about how the people saw her son. They called him, as if he were holy. She went among the tribes, asking questions and sending her secret helpers to learn more.
When religion and politics travel together, people think nothing can stop them. They move too fast and forget that danger shows itself too late.
Paul remembered sitting with her in her dark room. The hangings were covered with Freeman patterns. He listened to her while noticing how she always watched everything even when her eyes looked down. Her face had grown older, with small lines by her mouth, but her hair still shone like bronze. Paul's green eyes looked calm but deep.
The Freemen have an easy, useful faith, he said.
Nothing about faith is easy, his mother warned.
Paul felt anger rise in him.
He looked at her and said, faith brings our people together. It gives us strength.
You act proud and clever, she said. You keep teaching people what to believe.
You were the one who taught me, he said quietly.
That day, she was upset and wanted to argue. It was the day of baby Leto's ceremony. Paul knew why his mother was troubled. She never liked his life with Chani, whom he had called his wife in the Freeman way. But Chani had given birth to his son, and Jessica could not refuse the child or his mother.
Finally, Jessica looked at him and said, "You think I am not a good mother?"
Of course not, Paul said.
I see how you watch me with your sister. You don't understand her.
I know why Alia is different, he replied. She was still inside you when you changed the water of life.
You don't understand anything, Jessica said.
Paul could not explain what he knew. He only said, I don't think you're a bad mother. Jessica saw his pain.
Listen, my son, she said.
Yes?
I love Chani. I accept her.
Paul felt peace then. Her words were true. They were real, not a dream or vision. The world felt steady again. He started to notice small things around him. He realized he was in a desert camp. Chani had set their tent on soft sand. That meant Chani was close. Chani, his heart, his sweet desert woman, was near. He remembered her singing softly to him before sleep. Her voice was gentle, and her songs were full of love and hope. He felt the memory like a warm light in the cold desert night. Someone was playing music in another tent. The sound made Paul think of Gurney Halleck, who once played the same instrument. Gurney had been with a group of smugglers. Paul had seen his face but could not speak to him. The Harkonnens might discover him. Then he realized the musician was not Gurney but Chat the Leaper, one of his loyal freeman guards. Paul remembered where he was, the deep desert, safe from his enemies. He was there to learn the final test of a freeman, to call a great sandworm and ride it. He felt the small gun at his belt and the knife at his side. The desert was completely quiet. The night birds were gone, but the day animals had not yet started to move. He remembered Stilgar's words, "You must ride in daylight so the Maker sees you and knows you are not afraid." Paul sat up slowly. His suit felt loose. The tent was dark and still. Chani's soft voice came from the shadow.
"It's not morning yet, beloved."
Sihaya, he said, smiling a little.
"You call me your desert spring," she said. "Today I must watch you and make sure the desert law is followed."
Paul began to tighten his suit. "You once told me a saying from the Holy Book," he said. "Woman is your field, go to your field and work it."
"I am the mother of your first child," she answered. He saw her getting ready beside him. "You should rest more," she said kindly.
Paul looked at her and smiled. The Watcher should not give advice.
Chani came closer and touched his cheek softly. "Today, I am both your Watcher and your woman."
"You should let someone else do this," he said.
"I want to be with you," she replied. "Waiting is hard. It is better to wait beside you."
Paul kissed her hand, closed his suit, and opened the tent seal as the faint light of dawn touched the desert. Cool morning air came in and touched them. It was a little dry, carrying the smell of spice from the northeast. That smell meant a great sandworm was close. Paul crawled out of the tent opening, stood on the sand, and stretched his body. He looked east and saw a faint green light on the horizon. The other tents looked like small dunes in the half-darkness. He saw a guard moving nearby. They knew him and knew what he had to do today. The guard left him alone so he could prepare.
It must be done today.
He thought about the power he now had. Many old men had sent him their sons. He had taught them how to fight in new ways. They listened to his plans and followed him.
Your plan worked, Muad'Dib.
But Paul remembered that even the weakest freeman warrior could do one thing he had never done. He had never ridden a sandworm. He had gone with others before, but he had never called and ridden his own worm. If he did not do this himself, he could not truly lead his people. In the deep south, he could travel only in a carried seat like sick people or holy women. He had to face this test alone. During the night, he had fought with his thoughts and tried to understand his deep feelings. He saw meaning in it. If he could ride the worm, his rule would be stronger. If he could control his mind, that too gave power. Yet beyond these things was a large and confusing feeling, trouble spreading through many worlds. His visions always showed differences between dreams and real life. His sense of mission stayed strong. The feeling of unity with his people stayed strong. But behind everything was the thought of the great war that waited.
Tell me again about the water of your home world, Usul.
I would rather you tell me about home and our son. Does Leto still play with my mother?
He does. He also plays with your sister, Aelia. He grows fast. He will be strong.
What is the south like?
When you ride the worm, you will see.
But first, I want to hear how you see it.
It feels lonely.
Why don't you talk more about our home?
I already told you. The siege is empty without our men. The women work hard. We make weapons. We study the weather. We collect spice. We plant and build things so our lands stay strong. We sew clothes, make rugs, charge power cells. We teach the children so our tribe keeps its strength.
Is there nothing happy there?
The children bring happiness. We follow our customs. We have enough food. Sometimes one woman travels north to visit her husband. Life continues.
My sister Aelia, do the people accept her?
That is something to talk about later, my love.
Let's talk now.
You should save your strength for the test.
The unknown always brings worry.
People still do not understand Aelia. The women are afraid. She speaks of things only grown people should know, even though she is still very young. They do not understand how she changed before birth. It makes her different.
There is trouble?
His heart felt heavy. He had seen signs of future trouble with Aelia. Chani turned toward the rising sun and stayed silent, thinking. Some of the women decided to go to the Reverend Mother. They asked her to drive out the evil spirit that they thought lived inside her daughter. They used words from their holy book that said a witch could not live among them.
And what did my mother tell them?
She reminded them of the law and sent them away feeling ashamed. She said that if Aelia caused problems, it was because the leaders had not stopped it in time. She tried to tell them that Aelia had changed while still in her mother's womb. But the women were upset and left whispering angrily.
Paul thought, there will be problems because of Aelia. The wind blew small sand crystals that touched his face and carried the smell of spice.
Elsel, the rain of sand that brings morning.
He looked at the grey desert around him. The dry sand seemed endless and empty. Far to the south, bright lightning flashed, showing a storm was growing there. Then long thunder rolled across the land.
The thunder is the voice that makes the desert beautiful.
Some of Paul's men came out of their tents. Guards returned from the edges of their camp. Everyone moved calmly, following their old routine. They needed no orders. Paul remembered his father's advice from long ago. Give as few orders as you can. Once you give an order, you must keep giving orders about it. The freeman understood this without being told. The man who watched their water began to sing the morning chant.
The world is a body. No one can stop death. What Shai-Hulud decides must happen.
Paul listened. He knew these words also began the song his special fighters used when they went into battle. He wondered, will someone die today? Will a place here become a small shrine where people stop to remember Muad'Dib who fell in this desert? He knew this could happen. Many futures stretched out from this moment, and his visions no longer showed them clearly. The more he tried to stop the terrible war that was coming, the less he could see what lay ahead. His future felt like a fast river falling into a deep mist.
Stilgar is coming. I must stand apart now, my love. I must act as Sayadina, and watch the ceremony, so the story will be told correctly. When this is finished, I will make your breakfast myself.
Stilgar walked toward Paul across the soft sand. Fine dust rose around his feet. His dark eyes looked straight at Paul, steady and strong. His rough face looked like it was carved from the desert rock. He carried Paul's banner, green and black, with a water tube in its staff. The flag was already a symbol known across the land. Paul felt a mix of pride and sadness. Even small things he did became stories. People would remember how he parted from Chani, how he greeted Stilgar. Every move was becoming a legend. He thought, I must not die now. If I die, it will only be legend, and the Great War will continue.
They refused us the holy journey.
No one can forbid a freeman to walk or ride where he wishes.
I am a leader. I will never be taken alive. I stand with my people to fight our enemies.
Quiet filled the camp. Paul looked at the other freemen standing on the sand. They did not move. Each was lost in silent prayer. He thought about how these people had lived with pain and anger for so long. They knew only these feelings, except for the dream of freedom their old leader Liatkines had given them before his death.
Where is the Lord who guided us through the desert?
He is still with us. Stilgar straightened his shoulders, stepped closer to Paul, and spoke quietly.
Remember what I told you, Stilgar said. Do everything simply. Don't try to look brave. Our people ride the Maker when they are 12. You are older than that and new to this life. You don't need to prove anything. We know you are brave. Just call the Maker and ride it.
I will remember, Paul said.
Good, Stilgar answered. Don't fail my teaching.
Stilgar took out a plastic stick about 1 meter long. One end was sharp, and the other had a small clapper. I made this thumper myself. It works well. Take it.
Paul took the thumper and felt how smooth and warm it was.
Shishakli has your hooks, Stilgar said. He will give them to you when you step onto that dune. He pointed to the right. Call a big Maker, Usul. Show us the way.
Paul listened to Stilgar's voice. It sounded part serious and part worried. The sun jumped above the horizon. The sky turned bright grey-blue. The day would be very hot and dry, even for Arrakis.
It is the time of great heat, Stilgar said. His voice became calm and formal. Go, Usul. Ride the Maker. Travel the sand as a leader of men.
Paul looked at his green and black flag. It hung quietly because the morning wind had stopped. He turned toward the dune that Stilgar showed him. The slope was pale brown with a curved top. Most of the group was already moving away, climbing another dune behind the camp. Only one man waited for him. Shishakli, the Fedaykin squad leader. Only his eyes could be seen between his cap and mask. He held 2 long, thin rods in his hands as Paul came closer. They were about 1.5 meters long, shiny at one end and rough at the grip. Paul took them both in his left hand. It was part of the ritual. They are my own hooks, Shishakli said quietly. They have never failed. Paul nodded and walked past him in silence. He climbed up the dune. At the top, he looked back. The group was spreading out like small insects, their robes moving in the wind. He stood alone on the ridge. The horizon stayed flat and empty before him. The dune was high, good for seeing far. He bent down and pushed the thumper deep into the firm sand so the sound would travel well. Then he stopped for a moment. He thought about what he had learned and about the danger ahead. When he opened the latch, the thumper would start beating. The sound would call a great worm, a maker, from under the desert. Using the long hook staffs, Paul could climb onto the worm's back. By keeping one part of its body open with a hook, he could make the worm move on the surface and not go back into the sand. The worm would turn and roll, and Paul could guide it. "I am a sand rider," he told himself. He looked at the hooks in his hand. He would move them along the worm's side to control its direction. He had seen others ride worms before. During training, he rode for a short time on a caught worm. It could be ridden until it became tired, then a new maker must be called. When he finished this test, he could travel across the desert to the southlands, where people hid from the dangers. He looked toward the south and remembered Stilgar's warning. A wild worm was unpredictable. "Watch it carefully," Stilgar had said. "Stand close enough to climb it, but not so close that it covers you." Paul made his choice and opened the thumper's latch. The small device began to move and make steady sounds in the sand. Thump, thump, thump.
Paul stood up and looked around, remembering Stilgar's advice.
Watch carefully how the worm comes. A worm almost never moves quietly toward a thumper. Listen closely. Many times you will hear it before you can see it.
When you wait for the maker, you must stay very still. You must think like the sand. Hide under your cloak and make yourself part of the desert.
Paul looked across the empty land and listened carefully. He soon heard a faint sound coming from the southeast, like gentle air moving over sand. Then he saw its long track in the morning light. The creature was huge, larger than any he had ever heard about. It looked to be more than half a league long, and the wave of sand in front of it rose like a moving hill. Paul thought, "I have never seen anything like this, not in dreams or in life." He moved quickly to the right place to stand. His mind raced. He remembered old words of power and rule. Then he asked himself quietly, who are the people who rule, and who are the ones who are ruled?
A sudden thought came to Jessica. Paul must be taking his test to ride a sandworm soon. They try not to tell me, but I can see the truth. And Chani has gone somewhere secret. Jessica rested in her small room, using the short time between evening lessons. The room was nice, though smaller than her old one in Siege Taba before they escaped the danger. Soft rugs covered the floor, cushions were set around, and a low table stood nearby. Colorful cloth hung on the walls, and yellow lights made the room warm. There was a strong smell in the air, something she now linked with safety. But she still felt like a stranger here. The rugs and cloth hid a roughness she could still sense. From outside, she heard faint music and rhythm. She knew it was a birth celebration, probably for Subiri, who was about to have her baby. Jessica smiled, thinking she would soon see the child, a little one with blue eyes, brought to her for blessing. She was sure her daughter, Alia, was there and would tell her about it later. It was not yet the time for the prayers that remembered the sad raids from long ago. No one would begin a joyful celebration near that time. Jessica sighed. She was trying not to think of her son and the dangers he faced, the desert traps, the enemies who attacked, and all the dangers of heat, dryness, and great worms. The attacks had become fewer now that the freemen had strong new weapons from Paul. She thought about ordering coffee. At that moment, a dark hand appeared through the wall hangings, set a cup on the table, and left. The smell of spiced coffee filled the room. It must be a gift from the birth celebration, she thought. She took a sip. It was delicious. She smiled. Where else could someone like me drink a cup from an unknown person without fear? She could change any poison in her body if needed, but the giver didn't know that. She finished the coffee and felt warm and lively again. She was touched by the kindness. The giver had entered just enough to leave the gift, then quietly gone away so she could keep her peace. That was respect and love, with only a small bit of fear. Then another thought came to her. She had only thought of coffee, and it appeared. It was not magic, she knew. It was the special closeness of people in the siege. They shared a quiet understanding. The spice they all ate helped build that feeling. Most of the people could not reach the deep knowledge the spice brought to her. They were not trained for it. Their minds could not accept what they did not understand. Sometimes they felt and acted as one mind. They never thought their bond was only chance. Has Paul passed his test on the sand? Jessica asked herself. He is strong, but even strong people can have bad luck. Waiting is the hardest part, she thought. You can wait only for so long before it makes you feel empty and sad. There was always waiting in their lives. We have been here more than 2 years, she thought, and maybe double that before we can try to take Arrakis back from the Harkonnens, from the governor, the beast Rabban. Reverend Mother, came a voice outside her door. It was Hera, the other woman in Paul's household.
Yes, Hera, Jessica said.
Hera came in softly. She wore sandals and a red and yellow cloth that showed her arms. Her black hair was straight and shiny, parted in the center. Her face looked sharp and tense.
Alia followed her into the room. She was about 2 years old. Jessica's heart warmed when she saw her. Alia looked so much like Paul had looked as a small boy, wide eyes, dark hair, serious face. But Alia was different too. Adults often found her strange. Even though she was only a toddler, she acted calm and aware, like an older person. Grown-ups were surprised when she laughed at jokes she should not understand. Her voice was still small and soft, but her words often held hidden meaning, as if she knew things no child could know. Hera sat down with a tired sound and looked at the child. Alia.
Jessica waved for her daughter to come closer. Alia went to sit beside her mother and held her hand. When they touched, Jessica felt the special sense they shared, a warm feeling of understanding between them. It was not the same as shared thoughts, but still deep and close. In the formal way that was correct for her son's household, Jessica said, Subak ul Kua, Hera. Are you well tonight?
Hera answered with the same formality, Subak un na. I am well. Her voice was flat. She sighed again.
Jessica felt Alia's amusement.
My brother's Garnama is angry with me, Alia said softly.
Jessica noticed the word Alia used, Garfama. In the Freeman language, it meant something taken as a prize in battle, something now used in a new way.
Hera frowned. Don't try to upset me, child. I know my place.
What did you do now, Alia? Jessica asked.
Hera answered, she wouldn't play with the other children. She also went where she shouldn't. I hid behind the door hangings and watched Subius' baby being born, Alia said. It's a boy. He cried very loudly. After he cried for a long time, she came out and touched him, Hera said. Then he stopped crying. Everyone knows a Freeman baby must cry when he is born, because later he can never cry, his cry could give us away. He had cried enough, Alia said. I only wanted to feel his life, his little spark. He felt me and then didn't need to cry anymore. It has made people talk, Hera said.
Is Subiris boy healthy? Jessica asked. She saw worry on Hera's face.
He's healthy, yes, Hera said. Everyone knows Alia didn't hurt him. He was calm and happy after she touched him. But still, Hera lifted her hands helplessly.
It's the way my daughter seems strange, isn't it? Jessica asked.
Hera nodded. It's the way she talks about things only older people should know, things from the past. How can she know what a baby looked like on Betelgeuse? Hera asked. But he does. Alia said quickly. Subiris boy looks just like the son of Mitha born before the parting.
Alia, Jessica said sharply. I told you not to speak that way.
But, Mother, I saw it. It was true.
Jessica shook her head. She saw how upset Hera was. What kind of child have I brought into this world? She asked herself. A daughter who knew everything I knew even before her birth, and more. Hera looked at Jessica. It's not only what the child says, she murmured. Hera and Lady Jessica sat quietly in the soft light of the siege.
She does strange exercises. She sits and looks at a rock. She moves only a small part of her face, or one finger.
That is Bene Gesserit training. You know that, Hera. My daughter must learn it.
Reverend Mother, I don't care about the training. The people are worried. They whisper bad things. They say your daughter is a demon. Other children don't want to play with her.
She is very different from them. She's not a demon.
Of course she's not one.
Jessica was surprised by the strength in her voice. She looked down at Alia. The little girl seemed deep in thought, quiet and waiting. Jessica turned back to Hera.
You are part of my son's household. You can speak honestly with me.
I will not stay much longer. I stayed only for my sons. They get special lessons as the children of Usul. That is all I could give them, since everyone knows I am not with your son as his wife.
Alia moved beside Jessica, half asleep.
You would have been a good companion for my son.
Jessica thought again about this, feeling a small pain in her heart. Paul loved Chani, and everyone called her his wife, but Jessica knew that love and duty often fought each other. A royal marriage often came from need, not love.
You think I don't understand your plan for him?
What plan?
You want all the tribes to follow him. I fear this may be dangerous. Alia is part of that danger.
Alia pressed closer to her mother and looked at Hera.
I've watched you both. I care for Alia. She is sister to my brother's friend, so she feels like part of my family. I looked after her when she was a baby. I saw how special she was.
Jessica felt Alia grow tense.
From the first day, she understood what we said. What baby learns our water ways so young? What baby says I love you to her nurse first? I let her speak sharply to me. I know she means no harm.
Alia looked at her mother.
I see clearly, Reverend Mother. I could have been Sayadina. I know what I have seen.
Hera. I don't know what to say.
It was true, she had no words. Alia sat up and straightened her back. Jessica felt her daughter's decision, sad but firm.
We made a mistake. Now we need Hera. It began when you changed the water of life. Alia was still inside you then.
Need Hera? She asked herself.
Who else can speak to the people and help them understand us?
What should she do?
She already knows. I'll tell them the truth. I'll tell them that Alia only seems like a little girl. She was never truly one.
Alia shook her head. Tears rolled down her face. Jessica felt her daughter's sadness as her own.
I know I'm strange. You are not strange. Who said that?
Jessica saw again how much Hera cared for Alia and knew her daughter was right, they needed her help. Hera loved Alia like her own child.
Who said it? No one.
She wiped her tears on her mother's robe and smoothed the cloth.
Then don't say that again. Yes, Hera. Now, tell me what happened to you so I can tell the others.
Alia looked at her mother.
Jessica nodded.
One day I woke up.
It felt like waking up from sleep, but I did not remember falling asleep. I was in a warm, dark place, and I felt afraid.
Jessica listened to her daughter's soft voice and remembered that day in the large cave.
I was frightened. I tried to get away, but I could not. Then I saw a small light. It wasn't really like seeing it. The light was just there with me. I could feel it giving me calm and comfort. It told me everything would be fine. That light was my mother.
Hera rubbed her eyes and smiled at Alia to make her feel safe. But Jessica saw a strange, strong look in the woman's eyes, as if she was also listening carefully to Alia. Jessica thought, we do not really understand how someone like Alia thinks, with all her special memories and training.
When I felt calm again, another light came. Everything started to happen at once. The other light was the old Reverend Mother. She was changing places with my mother. I saw it all happen. Then it was finished. I was part of them and part of myself. It took me a long time to find myself again, because there were so many voices.
It was too hard for a child. No one should wake to life in that way. It is amazing you could face it.
I had no choice. I didn't know how to stop the things that happened. I couldn't hide from it. Everything came at once.
We didn't know, Hera whispered.
Don't be sad, Hera. I don't need to feel sorry. There is something good in it. I am a Reverend Mother now. The tribe has too.
She stopped and turned her head as if listening. Hera sat back and looked at her, then looked up at Jessica.
Didn't you think this might happen?
Be quiet.
From outside came a rhythm of voices chanting. It grew louder as the people passed the outer door. Then the sound became quiet again.
It was Ramadan and April on Bela to Juice.
My family sat by the pool in our courtyard. The air was wet and cool from the fountain. There was a tree with bright round fruits near us. We had a basket with sweets and mugs of milk. Everything was peaceful in our home. Life was happy until the raiders came.
The people were afraid when the screams began.
The women shouted.
The raiders ran at us with knives stained by the blood of our men.
The three women became silent, like all others in the siege, remembering their sadness together.
We will never forgive, and we will never forget.
After her words, they heard voices and movement outside. Jessica knew someone was waiting behind the hangings.
Reverend Mother.
It was a woman's voice. Jessica knew it belonged to Thartha, one of Stilgar's wives.
What is it, Thartha.
There is trouble, Reverend Mother.
Jessica felt fear rise in her heart.
Paul.
Thartha pushed aside the hangings and entered. Jessica saw many people waiting outside before the hangings fell closed again. Thartha was small and dark, wearing a black robe with red designs. Her blue eyes looked straight at Jessica.
What has happened?
There is word from the desert. Usul is meeting the great sand creature for his test today. The young men say he will succeed and ride the sand by nightfall. They are gathering for a raid in the north. They want to meet Usul there and make him call out Stilgar and lead all the tribes.
Jessica thought sadly, working to make water, planting in the sand, slowly changing our world, those things are no longer enough. Small raids are not enough anymore, not after all the training Paul and I have given them. Thartha stood nervously, moving from one foot to the other. She cleared her throat. Jessica watched her and thought, waiting too long only makes us restless. If we wait too much, we lose our purpose.
The young men say that if Usul doesn't challenge Stilgar, it means he is afraid. Even my brother Shob says the same. They will give Usul no choice.
So that's how they see it. Go then, and tell me quickly what you learn. We do not want it. The tribe must keep its strength. Times have changed for you too. Yes. You make your own choices. Chani is very dear to me. She could never. Maybe.
I will go with Thartha. I will listen to the young men. Maybe we will find a way.
Thartha will not let any harm come to Alir. She knows that soon we will both be wives of the same man. We have talked about this. We understand each other. If Paul Muad'Dib fights Stilgar, the tribe will not benefit. You know Usul would win. You think my feelings influence my opinion? You are wrong. You may also think I am sad because Usul did not choose me, or that I am jealous of Chani. I feel sorry for Chani. You think Chani is not right for your son. You could be right. If you are, you may find Chani agrees with you. She wants only what is best for him. Your carpets are dirty. So many people walk here every day. You should have them cleaned more often.
We must hurry. The young men are leaving.
They went out together. Alir's small hand was in Thartha's, but it looked like Alir was leading the way. In any strong religion, politics always mix with belief. This struggle for power touches how people are taught, trained, and guided. Because of this, the leaders must face a hard choice. Keep power by doing whatever helps them, or stay true to their faith even if it costs them their position.
From Muad'Dib, The Religious Issues, by the Princess Irulan.
Paul waited alone on the sand. He stood near the path where the huge sandworm would come. He told himself not to act nervous. He must be calm and part of the desert itself. He heard the great creature coming closer, making a long, harsh sound as it moved. Soon he saw its huge mouth like a round cave full of shining teeth. The smell of spice filled the air. Paul's still suit fit him well, and his breathing mask felt light. He remembered all that Stilgar had taught him on the sand.
How far must you stand from the worm in soft sand? Why? You rode the smaller ones. But today you will call a wild one, an old worm from the deep desert. You must show respect.
Half a meter for every meter of the worm's width. To stay safe from the strong pull of its movement and to have time to run in and climb.
Now, the thumper beat on the ground, calling the worm. Its hissing sound grew louder. Paul breathed deeply, smelling the sharp odor of sand through his mask. The great worm was almost there. He saw its first segments rise like waves, throwing sand around him. The sand rose over his feet. He thought, "Come up, great creature. You hear me? Come up." The wave lifted him slightly, and soft dust flew all around him. Paul took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. He watched the huge wall of sand move beside him. He lifted his hooks and looked along them, then pushed them into the worm's side. He felt them catch. Quickly, he jumped up, putting his feet against the worm and holding on. This was his real test. If his hooks were in the right place, the worm would stay steady and not crush him. The worm slowed down. It moved over the thumper, making it quiet. Then it began to roll upward, keeping the hooks away from the sand that could hurt its soft parts. Paul found himself standing on top of the worm. He felt proud and strong, like a ruler. He wanted to play and show that he could control the worm. Then he remembered Stilgar's warning about young men who played too much and lost their balance on the worms. Paul kept one hook in place and moved the other lower. When that one was secure, he moved the first one down. Slowly, he climbed lower along the worm's side. The worm rolled and turned toward the others waiting in the sand. Paul saw them come up and climb with their hooks. They were careful not to touch the sharp parts until they reached the top. Soon they rode behind him in 3 lines, steady and proud.
You think you did well? It was a poor job. Even children do better. There was soft sand to your left. You couldn't escape if the worm had turned that way.
I saw the soft sand.
Then why didn't you signal one of us to help? You could have done that even in the test.
Paul looked ahead into the wind and said nothing. Stilgar spoke again. I must tell you the truth because I care about your safety. If you had stepped into that soft sand, the worm would have turned and trapped you.
I'm sorry. I won't make that mistake again.
In danger, always have someone ready to help you. We work together. That makes us safe.
He touched Paul's shoulder. Paul nodded.
We work together.
Good. Now show me that you can guide the worm. Which side are we on?
Paul looked down at the worm's skin. The scales on the right were bigger, the ones on the left were smaller. Every worm had one side it kept up more often, and this one showed it clearly. Paul moved to the left side and signaled the others to open the ring segments to make the worm go straight. When it turned, he sent 2 riders ahead. He shouted the call that every sand rider used. The worm turned in a wide circle, protecting the open part of its body. When it faced south again, Paul shouted another order. The rider released his hook, and the worm began to move fast and straight.
Very good, Paul Dib. With more practice, you may truly become a sand rider.
Paul frowned, wondering why he wasn't already one. Then he heard laughter behind him. The group began to chant his name proudly. Dib! Dib! Far down the worm's body, the others hit its tail to make it go faster. The wind blew hard, and their robes flew behind them. The sliding sound of sand grew louder. Paul looked back and saw Chani's face. He spoke to Stilgar.
So I'm a sand rider now?
Yes. Today you are.
Then I may choose where we go next.
That's our rule.
Then today I am truly freeman. I was not alive before this. I was like a child until now.
Not quite a child.
Paul held one corner of his hood because the wind was blowing hard.
It feels like a cover around my world has been removed.
There is no cover.
I want to go south, Stilgar. We will take 20 thumpers. I want to see the land we are building, the land I have only seen through other people's eyes.
He also wanted to see his son and family. He needed time to think about the future. If he did not take time to understand his feelings, everything could become confused. Stilgar looked at him carefully, studying him. Paul watched Chani. He saw that she looked excited, and the men were interested too.
The men want to raid with you in the Harkonnen lands. They are close.
The Fedaykin will raid with me again. We will fight until no Harkonnen lives in Arrakis.
Stilgar kept watching Paul as they rode. Paul understood that Stilgar was remembering his own rise to power and the death of Liatkines. Paul knew Stilgar had heard about unrest among the younger freemen.
Do you want to call a meeting of the leaders?
The young men looked eager. Paul saw Chani glance between her uncle, Stilgar, and her mate, Paul.
You cannot know what I want.
He thought, I must not show weakness. I must keep control.
Today you lead the sand ride. How will you use your power?
Paul thought they all needed rest and quiet.
We will go south.
Even if I order us back north when the day ends?
We will go south.
Stilgar straightened his robe with calm pride.
There will be a meeting. I will send messages.
He thinks I will challenge him, Paul thought, but he knows he cannot win against me. Paul faced south and felt the wind on his face. He thought about the hard choices he had to make. People do not understand, he thought. But he knew he could not stop now. He needed to stay on the path he saw in the future. There would come a time when he could change things if he was in the right place. I will not fight him if I can avoid it, Paul thought. I need to find another way to stop the holy war.
We will camp at the Cave of Birds near Habanya Ridge. He held tight as their sandworm moved. He pointed to a rock wall ahead.
Paul looked at the cliff with its long, colored lines. The land was dry and hard. There were no plants or flowers. Beyond the ridge was the southern desert. It would take 10 days and nights to cross it as fast as possible, using 20 thumpers. It was far from Harkonnen patrols. Paul already knew how it would look. The dreams had shown him. One day he would see a change of color in the far horizon, very small, and there would be a new home for them.
Does my choice please Mute Dib?
There was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. The men around him listened closely.
Stilgar, you heard me promise loyalty when we formed the Fedaykin. My warriors know I spoke with truth. Do you doubt me?
Paul's voice showed real pain.
Usul, my friend from the siege, I could never doubt him. But you are also Paul Mute Dib, the Duke of Atreides, and the voice from another world. Those parts of you I do not fully know.
Paul looked away at Habanya Ridge rising ahead. The sandworm under them was strong and willing. It could move farther than any other worm. It was special. A new legend was starting, Paul realized.
The man who led Taba siege before me was my friend. We faced many dangers. He saved me many times, and I saved him.
I am your friend too, Stilgar.
Nobody doubts that. That is our way.
Paul saw that Stilgar was too deep in the Freeman way to think any other way was possible. A new leader took control after the last one died. Sometimes, a strong fighter became leader by beating the others. Stilgar became a leader that way.
We should leave this great worm in the deep sand, Paul said.
Yes, Stilgar replied. We can walk to the cave from here.
We've ridden it long enough. It will hide and rest for a while.
You are the guide now, Stilgar answered. Then he stopped and looked toward the east.
Paul turned quickly. The blue shine in his eyes made the sky seem dark and deep. He saw lights flashing far away.
An ornithopter.
Only one, Paul answered. Maybe it is looking for something. Do you think they saw us?
At this distance, we look like a worm, Stilgar said. He moved his hand. Everyone off. Spread out on the sand.
The freemen climbed down the sides of the worm. They dropped to the ground and pulled their cloaks close so the sand hid them. Paul watched where Chani went. Soon only Stilgar and Paul were still on the worm.
We were first to rise, we'll be last to leave, Paul said.
Stilgar nodded, used his hooks, and jumped down.
Paul waited until the worm moved away from the others. Then he released his hooks. The big worm began to dig into the sand. Paul ran along its back, chose his moment, and jumped off. He landed running, pressed himself against a dune, and covered his body with falling sand. He waited. Then he moved a little and opened a small space under his robe to look at the sky. He thought the others were doing the same. He heard the sound of wings before he saw the ornithopter. It flew over him, turned toward a far ridge, and disappeared. It had no markings. A cry came across the desert. Then another. Paul climbed up the dune and brushed off the sand. He saw figures waiting in a line. Chani and Stilgar were with them. Stilgar pointed toward the ridge. They began walking in the special freeman way, moving softly so the sandworms would not notice. Stilgar walked beside Paul.
It was a smuggler's craft, Stilgar said.
Yes, Paul answered. But it is strange to find smugglers this far into the desert.
They also hide from patrols, Stilgar said.
If they come this deep, they might go even deeper, Paul said.
That is true.
They should not see what is hidden far to the south. Smugglers sometimes sell secrets.
They were probably looking for spice, Stilgar said.
They will have other flyers waiting, Paul said. We have spice here. Let us make a trap and catch them. They must learn this desert belongs to us, and my men need to practice with the new weapons.
Now Usul speaks well, Stilgar said. Usul thinks like a freeman.
Paul stayed quiet. He thought about the big plan he must follow. A storm was coming. When law and duty become one thing, joined with faith, people no longer see themselves clearly. They forget they are free.
The smuggler's spice factory flew over the dunes with many small aircraft around it, like bugs following their queen. Ahead was a low rocky ridge rising from the desert floor. A strong storm had cleaned it smooth. Inside the main cabin, Gurney Halleck looked through his binoculars at the land. Beyond the ridge, he saw a dark patch that might be spice. He gave a sign to one of the aircraft to check. The small flyer moved quickly, flying low over the sand with sensors hanging down. Then it dipped and turned, the sign that it had found spice. Gurney put his binoculars away. The others had seen the signal too. He liked this place. The ridge gave good cover. It was far in the desert and seemed safe, though he still felt careful. He sent part of the crew to fly over the ridge and scan it. More flyers took positions around the area, not too high so enemy detectors would not see them. He did not think Harkonnen soldiers would come this far south. This was Freeman land. Gurney checked his weapons.
He was unhappy that shields could not be used here. Calling a sandworm was very dangerous, so he had to be careful. He touched the old scar on his jaw and looked across the desert. He decided it would be safest to take a small team and walk along the ridge. Checking things on foot was slow but sure. He needed to stay alert because the Freemen and Harkonnens did not trust each other. The Freemen worried him most. They traded spice for many things, but they became angry if outsiders entered forbidden land. They were also very clever in battle. This annoyed Gurney because their skill was almost equal to the great soldiers he had trained with. Gurney had fought many wars, and few survived those battles. He looked again at the desert. Something made him feel uneasy. Maybe it was the sandworm they saw earlier, though it was far away on the other side of the ridge.
Looks like good spice, sir. Should I move in?
Land at the bottom of the ridge. My men will get out there. Then you can pull the spice up later. We'll look at that rock first.
Yes, sir.
If anything goes wrong, save the factory. We'll come back in the flyers. The commander nodded and went down through the hatch. Gurney looked around once more. There could be Freemen nearby, and he might already be on their land. That thought made him uneasy. He also did not like that they had to keep silent on the radio and could not send scouts high in the air. The factory machine turned and went down slowly to the sandy flat below the ridge. When its tracks touched the sand, Gurney opened the dome and unfastened his safety straps. The moment the factory stopped, he jumped out and closed the bubble behind him. He climbed down, landing on the sand outside the safety net. 5 of his own guards came after him. Other workers began to release the flying part of the factory. It rose up and started circling above them. The big machine moved away toward the dark spice field. A flying craft landed nearby, sliding to a stop. More flyers came down, leaving Gurney's soldiers and then rising again to hover. Gurney stretched inside his special suit. He left his face uncovered so he could call commands loudly if needed. Then he started to climb into the rocks, checking the ground. He saw small stones and smelled spice in the air. He thought this place could be useful as an emergency base. They might hide supplies here. He looked back and saw his men spread out carefully behind him. They were good soldiers, even the new ones. They knew what to do without being told. None of them wore shields, they were brave enough to go without them. Shields could call worms, and worms would destroy both men and spice. From the rocks, Gurney saw the spice field about half a kilometer away. The factory was just reaching it. He looked up at the flyers circling above, checked they were not too high, and continued climbing. Suddenly, the ridge exploded with fire. Bright lines shot up toward the flyers and the factory. The sound of metal breaking filled the air. Around Gurney, hooded men appeared from the rocks. He thought quickly, rockets. The Freemen were using rockets. A hooded fighter was right in front of him, crouched with a knife ready. 2 more stood on the rocks nearby. Only their eyes showed under their sand-colored robes, but their stance told Gurney they were trained fighters. The eyes were deep blue, the mark of Freemen from the far desert. Gurney slowly reached for his own knife, keeping his eyes on the fighter's blade. If they had rockets, they surely had other weapons too. He had to move very carefully. He could hear that some of the flyers had already been hit. Behind him, he heard grunts and the sound of fighting. The man in front of Gurney watched his hand move toward the knife. Then he looked straight into Gurney's eyes.
Keep the knife where it is, Gurney Hallek.
Gurney stopped. The man's voice sounded familiar, even through the mask. You know my name.
You don't need the knife with me. Tell your men to stop fighting.
The man pulled back his hood and moved the face filter aside. Gurney froze when he saw him. At first, he thought it was Duke Leto's ghost. Then, slowly, he understood.
Paul. Is that really you, Paul?
Don't you believe your eyes?
They told me you were dead.
Tell your men to give up.
He pointed down the hill. Gurney turned but didn't want to look away from Paul. Below, he saw only small groups still fighting. Desert people were everywhere. The machine lay quiet, with Freeman standing on top of it. No planes flew in the sky.
Stop fighting. This is Gurney Halleck. Stop fighting.
Slowly, the people stopped and moved apart. Some looked at him with questions in their eyes.
These people are friends. Friends. Half our friends are dead. It was a mistake. Don't make it worse.
He turned back to Paul and looked at his blue eyes. Paul smiled a little, but there was something hard in his face. Gurney saw a strong and serious look in him, like Duke Leto before him. Paul's skin looked rough from the desert, his eyes narrow and sharp, his face filled with careful thought.
They said you were dead.
It was safer to let them think that.
Gurney understood that Paul would not say more. He had been left alone to survive, thinking his young master and friend was gone. He wondered if Paul was still the same boy he had taught to fight.
Gurney.
Without thinking, they hugged each other tightly. They hit each other's backs and laughed with joy.
You young fool.
Gurney. My friend.
After a while, they moved apart and looked at each other. Gurney took a deep breath.
So, you are the reason the Freemen fight so well. I should have known. They use tactics like mine. If only I had known you were alive. If you had sent word, I would have come right away.
Paul's steady, serious look made Gurney stop talking. Gurney sighed.
Yes, some people would have asked questions about me running to you. Others might have done more than ask. They might have looked for trouble.
Paul nodded and looked around at the watching Freemen. Their faces showed strong interest. Paul turned back to Gurney. He felt happy and lucky. Seeing Gurney felt like a good sign. It made him believe the future could still be right. With Gurney beside me? How do your men feel?
They are smugglers. They go where the profit is.
There is little profit in our work. Paul noticed Gurney's small hand signal, a secret sign they both knew. Gurney warned him that some of the men could not be trusted. Paul bit his lip to show he understood. He looked up at the rocks where other guards stood and saw Stilgar there. The thought of problems with Stilgar made him less happy. Stilgar, this is Gurney Hallek, my father's master of arms and my teacher. He is an old friend. You can trust him.
I hear. You are his duke.
Paul stared at him, surprised by the way Stilgar said those words. His duke. It sounded like Stilgar wanted to say something else. That was strange because Stilgar usually said exactly what he thought. My duke, Gurney thought. He looked at Paul again. Yes, with Leto dead, the title now belonged to Paul. In Gurney's mind, the Freeman War began to look different. My duke, he thought again, and something warm and strong started to grow inside him. Paul told his guards to take away the smugglers' weapons until they could be questioned. Gurney heard his men complaining and turned quickly.
Are you men deaf? This is the real Duke of Arrakis. Do what he says.
The smugglers grumbled but obeyed. Paul walked next to Gurney and spoke quietly.
I didn't think you would fall into this trap, Gurney.
I learned my lesson. I guess that spice patch is very thin, only there to catch us.
You're right. Do any of my father's soldiers work with you?
No. We are few now. Some joined the free traders. Most used their money to leave this world.
But you stayed.
I did.
Because Rabban is here.
I thought I only cared about revenge.
A cry came from the ridge. A freeman was waving a cloth.
A worm is coming.
Paul stepped onto a high rock with Gurney and looked southwest. In the distance, a long shape moved through the dunes, a line of dust showing its way.
It's a big one. Too bad we lost the carryall.
Your father would care more about the men he couldn't save.
They were your friends, Gurney. I understand. But to us, they were strangers who might see things they shouldn't. You must see that.
I understand. Now I want to see what I shouldn't.
Paul saw the old smile on Gurney's face and the thin scar on his jaw. Gurney looked down at the desert. Freemen were busy everywhere, not afraid of the worm. Then they heard a deep, steady sound from the sand. Freemen stood ready on the ground in front of the worm's path. The huge creature came up from the sand, moving like a great fish. From his high spot, Gurney saw what happened next. A man jumped first with a hook, the worm turned, and many others climbed its shining side.
That is one of the secrets.
There have been stories. But I didn't believe until I saw it. The creature everyone fears, you ride it.
My father spoke of desert power. Now you see it. The desert belongs to us. Nothing here can stop us.
Us, Gurney thought. He means the freemen. He calls himself one of them. He looked at Paul's blue eyes from the spice. His own eyes were a little blue, too. Among smugglers, people said that color meant a man was too much like the desert people. They didn't always trust that.
There was a time we did not ride the worms during the day here. But Rabban has little air power left. He cannot waste it looking for tiny things in the sand. Your aircraft surprised us.
You were more of a shock to us than we were to you.
What do people say about Rabban?
They say his towns are strong now. You cannot hurt them. They wait while you waste your strength trying to attack.
In short, they cannot move.
And you can move anywhere.
It's a plan I learned from you. They lost their power to act. That means they lost the war. Our enemy is in the place I wanted. So, Gurney, will you join me to finish this fight?
Join you? My lord, I never stopped serving you. You are the only one I have left. I thought you were dead. I tried to survive until I could give my life for something important, the end of Rabban.
Paul said nothing for a moment. He felt uncomfortable. A woman climbed up the rocks toward them. Her eyes moved between Paul and his companion. She stopped close to Paul, standing beside him. Gurney noticed that she seemed protective of Paul.
Chani, this is Gurney Halleck. You know his name.
Yes, I have heard.
Where did your men go with the worm? They only moved it away so we could save our machines.
Paul stopped talking and smelled the air.
The wind is coming.
A voice shouted from the ridge above, "Wind!" The freemen began to move quickly. They were not afraid of the worm, but they were afraid of the storm. The big machine crawled onto the dry sand below. The freeman opened a path for it and then closed it again so carefully that Gurney could not see how they did it.
Do you have many hiding places like that?
Very many. Find Corba. Tell him Gurney says some men in the smuggler crew cannot be trusted.
She looked again at Gurney, then back to Paul, nodded, and ran down the rocks fast and light.
She is your woman.
She is the mother of my first child. The boy is named Leto, like my father.
Gurney's eyes widened, but he said nothing. Paul watched the busy freeman. The sky in the south turned brown, and strong gusts of wind began to blow dust around them.
Close your suit.
He covered his face with the mask and hood. Gurney did the same and was glad for the filters.
Which of your men do you not trust, Gurney?
Some new ones. They come from other worlds. They are not like usual traders. They are harder.
Spies of the Harkonnens?
No, my lord. They don't work for the Harkonnens. I think they serve the Emperor. They remind me of men from Salusa Secundus.
Sardorka?
They might be, but they hide it well.
Paul nodded. Gurney had returned to his old way of speaking, but something in him was different. The desert had changed him. Two freemen came from the rocks below and climbed toward them. One carried a large black bundle.
Where are my men now?
Safe in the rocks. We have a cave here called the Cave of Birds. We will decide later what to do with them.
A voice called, "Mudib," from above. Paul looked up and saw a guard waving to them. They should go down. Paul nodded that he understood.
You are Muad'Dib. You are the one they talk about.
That is my freeman name.
Gurney turned away, feeling worried. Half his crew were dead, and the others were prisoners. He did not care much about the new men, but some of his friends were among them. He remembered Paul's words, "We'll decide what to do with them after the storm." He also remembered the stories about Mudib, the Lisan al-Gaib, how he fought with the freeman warriors who rushed into battle without fear. Was it really Paul? The two freemen reached the shelf in front of Paul. The dark-faced man said, "Everything is safe, Mudib. We should go down now."
Yes.
Gurney noticed the man's voice. It sounded both firm and respectful. This was Stilgar, one of the respected freeman leaders. Paul looked at the bundle the other man carried.
Corba, what do you have there?
It was in the machine. It has your friend's mark on it. Inside is a balisette. I often heard you speak of Gurney Halleck's skill with it.
You have a smart companion, my lord. Thank you, Stilgar.
Thank your Lord Duke. His face brings you welcome here.
Gurney took the bundle, wondering about the serious tone in Stilgar's voice. The man looked proud and strong. Gurney wondered if the freeman felt a bit jealous. Gurney Halleck had known Paul long before Arrakis, and their friendship was deep. Stilgar could not join that old bond.
I want you both to be friends, Paul said.
Stilgar is famous among the freemen, Gurney answered. Anyone who fights against the Harkonnens is my friend.
Paul smiled. Stilgar, please shake hands with my friend Gurney.
Stilgar slowly reached out his hand and touched Gurney's rough sword hand. Many people know your name, Gurney Halleck, he said, then let go. He turned to Paul. A storm is coming fast.
Then let's move, Paul said.
Stilgar led them through the rocks, down a winding path into a dark crack in the stone. They went through a low doorway into a cave. Men closed the entrance behind them. Soft light showed a large round room with a high ceiling. A ledge rose on one side, and a tunnel led away from it. Paul jumped onto the ledge, Gurney close behind, and entered the passage. The others went through another tunnel. After a small room, they reached a chamber with deep red cloth on the walls.
"We can talk here in private," Paul said. "The others will respect our space."
Suddenly, a loud alarm rang from outside. Shouting and the sound of metal followed. Paul quickly ran back through the rooms. Gurney was close behind with his weapon ready. Below them, men were fighting in confusion. Paul looked carefully at the fighters. He could see which ones wore freeman clothes and which did not. Something trained in him made him notice the truth. The freemen were fighting men dressed like smugglers, but the smugglers stood in groups of 3 and defended each other skillfully. That way of fighting belonged to the Emperor's soldiers, the Sardorka. One of Paul's men saw him and shouted,
"Muad'Dib! Muad'Dib!"
The name filled the room. Someone also saw Paul and threw a knife at him. He dodged, and it hit the wall. Gurney caught the knife and showed it to Paul. A small golden mark proved it was Sardorka.
Paul stepped forward. Only 3 Sardorka were left. Many bodies of both sides lay across the cave floor. "Stop!" Paul shouted. "I command you to stop. The Duke Paul Atreides speaks."
The fighting slowed.
"You Sardorka!" Paul called. "Who told you to attack a ruling duke? Hold your weapons."
One of the 3 stood tall. "Who says we are Sardorka?" he asked.
Paul lifted the knife. "This knife says so."
"And who says you are a ruling duke?" the man replied.
Paul pointed to his followers. "These men say so. The Emperor himself gave Arrakis to House Atreides. I am of that house."
The man stayed silent. He looked angry and unsure. A pale scar marked his face. He still held his proud manner like a true Sardorka. Paul turned to his officer. "Korba, how did they get weapons?"
"They hid knives inside secret pockets in their suits," Korba answered.
Paul looked around the room at the dead and wounded. His eyes returned to Korba, who lowered his head.
"Where is Chani?" Paul asked.
"Stilgar took her to safety," Korba said and pointed to another tunnel. "I made a mistake and accept blame, Muad'Dib."
"How many Sardorka were there?" Paul asked Gurney.
10, Gurney said.
Paul jumped down to the floor and walked close to the Sardorka leader. His followers looked tense. They worried about his safety because they wanted to protect Muad'Dib. Without turning, Paul asked,
"How many of our men are hurt?"
"4 wounded, 2 dead," Korba said quietly.
Paul saw movement behind the Sardorka. Stilgar and Chani were standing in the tunnel. He looked again at the tall Sardorka, meeting his cold, pale eyes. Paul looked at the man.
"Tell me your name."
The man moved a little, looking around nervously.
"Don't even try to escape. I know you were sent to find and destroy Muad'Dib. You also brought the idea of looking for spice in the deep desert."
Gurney gasped behind Paul.
Paul smiled a little. The soldier's face turned red.
"What you see now is more than Muad'Dib. 7 of your men are dead, and only 2 of us fought. That is good against Sardorka, yes?"
The man stood higher and then stepped back as Paul's guards moved closer.
"I asked for your name. Tell me your name."
Captain Aramsham, Imperial Sardaukar.
His face showed surprise. He looked confused at how he had suddenly obeyed.
Well, Captain Aramsham, the Harkonnens would pay a lot to know what you just learned. And the Emperor would pay even more to know an Atreides still lives after his betrayal.
The captain looked at the two men beside him. Paul could see he was thinking hard. Sardaukar never gave up, yet the Emperor had to hear about this.
Submit, Captain.
One of the soldiers suddenly jumped at Paul without warning. But his own captain stopped him, stabbing him with a quick move. The soldier fell to the floor, motionless.
I decide what serves His Majesty best. Do you understand?
The soldier nodded weakly and dropped his weapon when told. The captain looked back at Paul.
I have killed a friend because of you. Never forget that.
You are now my prisoners. You surrendered. Your lives are not my concern.
He told his guards to take the Sardaukar away and spoke quietly to his lieutenant. Muad'Dib, the man said sadly. I failed you.
No, Korba, Paul said. It was my fault.
It was not.
Oh? It was about you, Stilgar said.
Could you ever hurt me? Paul asked.
Stilgar began to shake. It is our custom, he said softly. It is the way to kill strangers in the desert and take their water as a gift.
Paul said, but you let two strangers live one night, my mother and me.
Stilgar said nothing. He looked at Paul with fear.
Paul said, customs can change. You have already started that change.
Stilgar looked down at the knife in his hand.
Paul asked, when I am Duke in Arrakis and Chani stands beside me, do you think I can handle every small thing in Tar Basich? Do you yourself take care of every family's problems?
Stilgar stared at the knife.
Paul spoke stronger. Do you think I want to cut off my right arm? Do you think I want to lose your wisdom and strength?
Stilgar said quietly, the young man from my tribe, I could fight him and maybe kill him if Shai-Hulud allows. But the one called Lisan al-Gaib, I cannot harm him. You knew this when you gave me the knife.
I knew, Paul said.
Stilgar dropped the knife. It hit the floor with a sharp sound.
Customs change, he said.
Chani, Paul said, go to my mother and bring her here. I need her advice.
But you said we would go south, she said.
I was wrong, Paul said. The Harkonnens are not there. The war is not there.
Chani took a deep breath and nodded, quiet and calm. She accepted it, as desert people always did with hard truths.
Paul said, give my mother a message only for her. Tell her that Stilgar now accepts me as Duke of Arrakis. But we must find a way to make the young warriors accept this too, without fighting.
Chani looked at Stilgar.
Do what he says, Stilgar said. We both know he could defeat me. And I cannot fight him, for the good of our people.
I will bring your mother, Chani said.
Send her, Paul said. Stilgar was right. I am stronger when you are safe. You will stay in the siege.
She wanted to argue but stayed silent.
Sihaya, Paul said softly, his special name for her.
Then he turned quickly and saw Gurney's angry face. Gurney had watched Paul and Stilgar as if in a fog, ever since Paul spoke of his mother.
Your mother, Gurney said.
Idaho saved us the night of the attack, Paul said, still thinking about Chani. Right now.
What about Duncan Idaho, my lord? Gurney asked.
He is dead, Paul said. He died to give us time to escape.
Gurney's heart filled with anger. The woman he hated was alive. The one he had sworn to destroy. And Duke Paul did not know what kind of person his mother truly was. That woman betrayed his father to the Harkonnens. Paul walked past Gurney, jumped up to the ledge, and looked around. The bodies had been taken away. He thought sadly that more stories would be made about him. People would say he killed 20 soldiers alone, even though he never drew his knife. Gurney followed with Stilgar. His footsteps felt light, as if he did not touch the ground. The cavern's yellow light and smell slipped away from his mind, replaced by anger. The woman lives while those she betrayed are dead and buried. I must make Paul see the truth about her before I kill her, Gurney thought. Angry people often refuse to face what their hearts already know. From collected sayings of Muad'Dib by the Princess Irulan. The crowd in the large cave had a restless feeling that Jessica remembered from the day Paul fought Jamies. People spoke in low voices. Small groups stood close together. Jessica hid a message tube under her robe as she came from Paul's room to the ledge. She had rested after the long trip from the south, but she was still unhappy because Paul would not let them use the captured flying machines.
We don't fully control the skies, he had said. We must not depend on off-world fuel. Save the aircraft and fuel for the most important time.
Paul stood with younger men near the ledge. The soft yellow light made everything look strange and dreamlike. The air smelled of rock and people. There were quiet whispers and small noises of movement. Jessica watched her son and wondered why he had not shown his surprise, Gurney Halleck. Thinking of Gurney brought old memories of love and peace with Paul's father. Stilgar waited with his own men at the other side of the ledge. He stood tall and silent, showing great respect and calm power. We cannot lose him, Jessica thought. Paul's plan must succeed. Jessica walked down from the ledge. She passed Stilgar without looking at him and went into the crowd. People moved aside so she could walk toward Paul. Everyone was very quiet. She understood what that silence meant. They were full of respect and questions for her, their reverend mother. The young men stepped away from Paul when she reached him. She felt uneasy because they now respected him so much. The Bene Gesserit taught that people often envy those above them. But she saw no envy in their faces. They were held back by a strong feeling of faith around Paul. She remembered another saying from the Bene Gesserit, prophets often die in trouble.
Paul looked at her.
It's time.
She handed him a small message tube. One of Paul's men, braver than the others, looked at Stilgar and said to Paul,
"Will you fight him now? This is your chance. If you don't, people will think you're afraid."
Who says I'm afraid? He touched the handle of his knife. The crowd fell silent. We have work to do.
The man stepped back. Paul moved through the people, reached the ledge, jumped up, and faced them. Someone shouted, "Do it!" More murmurs filled the cave, then slowly stopped. When the cave was quiet again, Paul raised his head and spoke loudly so all could hear.
You are tired of waiting.
Voices answered him, then faded away. He thought to himself that they really were tired of waiting. He held the message tube and thought of what was inside. His mother had told him that it came from a Harkonnen messenger. The message said Rabban was alone now on Arrakis. He could not ask for help or more soldiers.
You think I should fight Stilgar and take control of the troops? Do you think I am that foolish?
Everyone was silent. Jessica watched him, worried. He seemed ready to take on a holy role, and she feared it.
It's our way.
Ways can change.
We'll decide what can change.
As you wish. You will speak. But first you will listen to me.
That is true. Every freeman may speak in council. Paul Muad'Dib is one of us.
Our tribe's good is the most important thing, right?
Yes, that guides our steps.
Then, who leads this troop and all the others trained in our way of fighting? Does Stilgar lead everyone? He says he doesn't. Do I lead? Sometimes Stilgar follows my orders, and even the wise men listen to me and respect me in council.
The crowd was quiet and uneasy.
Then, does my mother lead? Stilgar and the others often ask her advice. But does a reverend mother walk the desert or lead fighters against the Harkonnens?
People frowned, but still some shouted angrily. Jessica worried, but she understood Paul's plan. He wanted to face their doubts so the rest would be easier.
No man can lead without challenge or a test, right?
That's our custom.
What do we want? We want to defeat Rabban, the cruel Harkonnen, and make our world a peaceful place where our children have water and happiness. Is that our goal?
Yes. Hard work needs hard ways.
Do you throw away your knife before a fight? I speak the truth, not to boast. No man here, not even Stilgar, could beat me in single combat. Stilgar himself admits this.
The people muttered again, upset. Many of you have trained with me. Paul stood before the gathered freemen, his presence commanding attention beneath the echoing cave roof.
I am not just bragging, Paul said. Everyone here knows this is true. I began training when I was very young. My teachers were very strict. That is why I was able to win against Jamies when other boys my age only played at fighting.
Jessica thought, he uses the special voice well, but that is not enough for these people. He must also use reason.
Paul said, now we come to this. He lifted a small cylinder and took off a piece of tape. This was taken from a Harkonnen messenger. It is real and true. It was sent to Rabban. It says that he will not get more soldiers, that he has gathered too little spice, and that he must force more work from the people of Arrakis.
Stilgar stepped beside Paul.
Paul asked, who understands what this means? Stilgar saw it right away.
Someone shouted from the crowd, they have lost help.
Paul put the message away in his belt. Then he took a small ring from a cord around his neck and held it up. This was my father's ring, he said. I promised not to wear it again until I was ready to lead and claim Arrakis as mine.
He put the ring on his finger and held up his fist. The cave went silent.
Who is the ruler here? Paul asked. He lifted his hand. I am. I rule every part of Arrakis. It belongs to me whether the Emperor agrees or not. My father received it, and now it is mine.
Paul looked at the crowd and felt their emotion rising.
Some of you will become leaders when I take my place on Arrakis. Stilgar will be one of them. Not because I want to buy his loyalty. Not because I only feel thankful to him. No, because he is smart and strong. He leads by his own mind, not only by old rules. Do you think I am foolish? Do you think I will harm myself just to give you a show? Who here says I am not the true ruler of Arrakis? Must I leave every tribe with no leader to prove it? Would I weaken us when we need to be strong? I am your ruler. It is time to stop fighting our own good men. We must fight our real enemies, the Harkonnens.
Stilgar lifted his crisp knife high. Long live Duke Paul Dib, he shouted.
The people answered loudly. The cave filled with their cries. Dib! Dib! Long live Dib!
Jessica quietly translated in her mind, long live the fighters of Dib. Everything she, Paul, and Stilgar had planned was working. The noise slowly faded, and Paul turned to Stilgar.
Kneel, Stilgar, he said. Give me your knife.
Stilgar went down on one knee and handed it to him.
Jessica thought, this part is new. We did not plan this.
Repeat after me, Stilgar. He spoke the words remembered from his father. I, Stilgar, take this knife from the hands of my duke.
Stilgar repeated, I, Stilgar, take this knife from the hands of my duke, and took the knife back from Paul.
Where my duke commands, there shall I use this blade.
Stilgar repeated carefully.
Jessica felt tears coming. She knew the meaning but tried not to show emotion.
I give this blade to serve my duke and to fight his enemies as long as our blood flows. Kiss the knife.
Stilgar kissed the knife, then kissed Paul's arm as the freeman did. Paul nodded, and Stilgar stood up. The people whispered with wonder. Jessica heard one voice say, the prophecy comes true, the Bene Gesserit shows the way, and the Reverend Mother sees it. Another voice added, she leads us through her son.
Paul spoke again, Stilgar leads this group. Do not forget it. When he speaks, it is as if I speak.
That is wise, Jessica thought. The leader must keep his honor before his people.
Stilgar, I need the Sandwalkers to go out tonight. Send messengers to call a council meeting. When they leave, bring Chat, Korba, Othim, and 2 other men you choose. Bring them to my room so we can plan for battle. We must win and show our strength to the Council of Leaders.
Paul nodded to his mother to follow him. He walked down from the ledge and moved through the people toward the main passage and the living rooms prepared there. Many hands reached out to touch him as he passed. Voices called his name.
My knife will fight for Stilgar, Paul. Let us fight soon, Paul. Let us make the Harkonnens pay for what they did.
Jessica felt the excitement in the crowd. These people were ready to fight. They could not be more eager, she thought. Inside the quiet chamber, Paul told her,
please wait here.
He went through the hanging cloth to another passage. It was very quiet after he left. She could not even hear the soft sound of air pumps in the siege. She guessed he was bringing Gurney Horlek. The thought filled her with mixed feelings. Gurney and his music had been part of many good memories on Caledon before they came to Arrakis. Caledon now seemed like a world from another life. In the last 3 years, she had changed into someone new. Thinking of meeting Gurney made her notice these changes. Near her stood Paul's coffee set made of silver and jasmium metal, a gift from Jamie's. She looked at it and thought of how many people had touched it. Chani had served Paul coffee from it only a short time ago. Jessica wondered what this desert woman could give a duke except coffee. Chani had no powerful family, no valuable connections. Paul had only one way to gain real power: he could marry into a great noble family, maybe even into the imperial family. There were princesses trained by the Bene Gesserit who could offer that path. Jessica imagined leaving the hard life of Arrakis for one of safety and power as the mother of a royal husband. She looked around the stone room and remembered how she had come here, riding among giant sandworms with all the supplies for Paul's campaign. But as long as Chani lived, she feared Paul would never accept his duty. Chani had given him a son, and that was enough for him. Jessica suddenly missed her grandson, the child who looked so much like his grandfather Leto. She pressed her hands to her cheeks and began slow breathing to calm her emotions. Then she bent forward in a prayer-like movement to clear her mind. She knew Paul had chosen this cave of birds well as his command post. It was perfect. To the north was a protected village inside cliffs, full of craftsmen and workers who kept the Harkonnen machines running. A small cough came from outside the hangings. Jessica straightened and said calmly,
"Enter."
The curtains opened, and Gurney Halleck quickly came inside.
She saw his face for an instant, hard and angry, then he moved behind her and lifted her by the chin with one strong arm.
Gurney, what are you doing?
Then she felt the cold point of a knife against her back. A chill ran through her. She suddenly knew Gurney wanted to kill her. But why? She could not understand it. He was loyal, not someone who would turn against them. Yet she felt sure of his intent. Her mind raced. He was too strong to fight easily. He understood all her secret training methods. She herself had helped teach him.
You thought you could run away, witch?
Before Jessica could answer or even think, Paul came through the curtains.
Here he is, Mother.
Stay where you are, my lord.
Paul looked confused. Jessica tried to speak, but Gurney's arm pressed harder against her throat.
You will speak only when I say so.
The tension in the dim room was thick, heavy with mistrust and the echo of old loyalties.
I want you to listen for your son. Do what I tell you. Stay calm. Don't move too fast. Be very careful if you want to stay alive.
Gurney, what is happening?
Stop. One more step and I will hurt her.
Paul's hand went to his knife. His voice was soft.
You must explain this, Gurney.
I promise to punish the person who betrayed your father. Your father saved me from the Harkonnens. He gave me freedom, respect, and friendship. Now I have the betrayer here. No one can stop me.
You are wrong, Gurney.
She suddenly understood.
Wrong. Let her speak then. I have searched and paid to be sure. I did many things to find the truth.
Jessica felt Gurney's arm relax a little, but before she could talk, Paul spoke again.
The traitor was you. We know for sure. The proof is strong. It was you. You may have heard lies, but if you hurt my mother, Gurney, I will fight you.
You was a trusted doctor. He could not betray anyone.
There is a way to break his training.
Show me proof.
The proof is far away, in Tar Siege. But if you...
This is a trick.
It's no trick.
Jessica felt pain in her heart hearing it.
I saw the letter from the Harkonnen spy. It pointed at her.
I saw it too. My father showed it to me. He explained that it was a trick from the Harkonnens to make him doubt the woman he loved.
You don't know.
Be quiet.
His calm voice felt powerful. Jessica thought, he has great control.
You have not seen my mother cry at night for my father. You have not seen her anger when she talks about the Harkonnens.
He listened to me, she thought. Tears came to her eyes.
You have also forgotten what you learned in the Harkonnen prison. You talk about my father's friendship. Didn't you learn the difference between Harkonnens and Atreides? The Atreides are loyal because of love. The Harkonnens use hate. Couldn't you see that this betrayal smelled of Harkonnens?
But you...
The proof is Yu's own message admitting what he did. I swear this to you because I care for you, even if you fight me.
Jessica listened to her son. She was amazed by his calm and his understanding.
My father knew his friends well. He loved few people, but he never chose wrongly. His mistake was thinking that anyone who hated Harkonnens must love him. My mother knows this. I gave her my father's message. He never doubted her.
Jessica bit her lip. She saw how hard this was for Paul. She wanted to hold him close. But Gurney's arm had stopped shaking, and the knife was still against her back.
The hardest moment for a boy is when he sees his parents are people with feelings he cannot share. He learns he is alone in the world. I heard my father talk about my mother. She never betrayed him, Gurney.
Gurney, let me go.
He dropped his hand.
Jessica went to Paul and stood in front of him, silently.
Paul, there are many kinds of awakening in this world. Now I understand that I used you and guided you my way because of my own lessons and beliefs. Paul, I want you to choose a life of happiness. Marry the desert girl if you wish. Go against anyone who tries to stop you. But make your own choice.
Before she could say more, she heard quiet words behind her. It was Gurney. Paul was looking past her, so she turned. Gurney was standing in the same place, his knife now in its holder. His robe was open at the chest, showing his stillsuit.
You should put your knife here in my chest. Kill me. I have ruined my honor. I betrayed the Duke, the best man.
Stop it.
Close your robe and stop acting foolish. I'm tired of silly words. Kill me.
You know me better than that. Do you think I'm a fool? Must I deal with this from every man I trust?
Then, my lady, please, you kill me.
Gurney, why do you believe the Atreides must hurt those they care about?
But I thought.
You thought you were helping Leto. For that I respect you.
My lady.
Let us call this a mistake between old friends. It's finished now, and we should be glad it will never happen again.
Softly, tearfully, yes, my lady.
The Gurney Horlek I knew was a man good with both weapon and music. It was your music I loved most. Do you remember how I liked to listen when you played? Do you still have your instrument?
Yes, I have a new one. It came from Chusuk. It is fine and sounds beautiful. I think it was made by a good student. But what can I say now, my lady? Here we talk of small things while.
It's not a small thing. Music brings peace. It makes friends happy. Please play for her now. We can plan for battle later. We will not fight until tomorrow anyway.
I will get my instrument.
He walked out through the cloth door. Paul touched his mother's arm and felt her shaking. It's finished, mother, he said. She looked at him from the side of her eyes. Finished?
Yes. With Gurney.
Gurney? Oh, yes.
She looked down. The cloth moved as Gurney came back with the instrument. He began to tune it, not looking at them. The soft walls made the music quiet and close. Paul helped his mother sit on a cushion near the wall. He saw that she looked older now. Her face was thin and tired, with dry lines from the desert, and her blue-veiled eyes stretched with weariness. She is exhausted, he thought. She needs rest and peace. Gurney played a few notes.
I have things to do. Please stay here.
Gurney nodded. His thoughts seemed far away, as if he was remembering his home world where clouds promised rain.
Paul turned and left through the heavy cloth door. He heard Gurney start to play a gentle song. Paul stopped outside and listened for a moment to the quiet music. A man wearing a hooded robe came from the passage ahead. He was a Fadakin messenger. The man had his hood pushed back and the fastenings of his desert suit hanging loose around his neck. This showed he had just come from the open desert. Paul told him to stop, left the door hangings, and walked down the passage toward him. The man bowed with his hands together in front of him, as one might do when greeting a holy woman.
Mute Dib, leaders are starting to come for the council.
So soon?
These are the ones Stilgar called earlier when we fought. He shrugged.
I understand.
He listened to the faint sound of the Bala set behind him and thought of the old song his mother loved. It was strange, with happy music but sad words.
Stilgar will come soon with others. Show them where my mother is waiting.
I will wait here, Muad'Dib.
Yes, stay here.
Paul walked past him, moving deeper into the cave. His destination was the place near the water basin, which every such cave had. There, a small sandworm was kept, no larger than 9 meters, trapped by water ditches. The freeman kept it alive as a secret. When a worm was drowned, it created the water of life, a dangerous liquid that only a reverend mother could change safely. Paul had made a decision when he sensed danger around his mother. None of the futures he had seen had shown this moment with Gurney Hallek. The future felt cloudy and heavy, as though the universe was turning toward a boiling point. I must see it, he thought. His body had slowly grown used to the spice, and his clear visions came less often now. They were weak and faint. The answer seemed clear to him. I will drown the worm. He would test whether he was truly the one who could survive the same trial as the Reverend Mothers. And so, in the 3rd year of the Desert War, Paul Muad'Dib lay alone in the Cave of Birds. He was still as death under the hangings of an inner room. He had taken the water of life, and his mind was open beyond time. Thus people said the prophecy had come true, the Lisan ul-Gaib could be both dead and alive. Chani came up from the Habanya basin before dawn. She heard the fluttering sound of the thopter that had carried her from the south flying away to hide among the rocks. Her escort stayed back, spreading out to check for danger. They also gave her what she wanted, a few moments to walk alone.
Why did he call for me?
He had told her before to stay in the south with little Leto and Alia. She lifted her robe and jumped lightly over a rock barrier, following the secret path that desert-trained people could find even in darkness. Small stones moved under her feet, but she climbed easily without thinking about it. The fresh air and movement made her feel stronger, and her fear began to fade. The silent escort and the fact that a special thopter had brought her here meant this was important. Chani felt her heart beat faster at the thought of seeing Paul Muad'Dib again, her Usul, her beloved. The world might shout his name in battles, but she knew him as the man who loved her and was the father of her son. A large figure appeared above the rocks and waved her forward. She walked faster. Birds began to call in the sky as a soft light spread across the east. When she looked closely, she saw the man was not one of her escort.
Othim.
She reached him and saw in the growing light his broad face. His hood was open and his mouth filter was hanging loose, as desert men sometimes did when outside only for a short time.
Hurry. It will soon be daylight. The Harkonnens are sending patrols here. We must not be found.
They stepped into a side passage leading to the Cave of Birds. Glow globes shone with soft light. Othim went ahead quickly and said, "Follow me. We must be fast." They went down the tunnel, through another door, then another passage, and finally through hangings into the old room of the Sayadina. It was once a place for rest during the day. Now there were rugs and cushions on the floor. Red hangings with a hawk design covered the stone walls. A low work table stood beside them with papers spread across it, their smell showing that they had come from spice. The Reverend Mother sat alone, facing the doorway. When she looked up, her serious eyes made others afraid.
"I have brought Chani."
Othim put his hands together, bowed, and left through the curtains. Jessica thought, "How can I tell Chani?"
How is my grandson?
So we begin with the ritual greeting. Her worry came back. Where is Muad'Dib? Why didn't he come to meet me? He is well, my mother. I left him with Alia and Hera.
Jessica thought, yes, she may call me my mother. She has given me a grandson.
I hear cloth was sent from Koanua Siege.
Yes, it is very fine.
Does Alia send any message?
No message. But people now accept her special place, and things are calmer.
Chani wondered why they spoke so slowly. They had sent a flyer for her, so it must be important. Why waste time with these greetings?
We should make some clothes for little Leto from the new cloth.
As you wish, my mother. Is there news of battles?
There are new victories. Rabban wants peace. His men came asking for it, but they did not return. He has tried to be kinder to the people, but they know he does it because he fears us.
As Muad'Dib said it would happen. She looked at Jessica's still face. Why is she so calm? What has happened to my Usul?
I wish we were in the south. The oases were beautiful when we left. I hope one day the whole land will look like that.
The land is beautiful, but it also holds much sadness.
Sadness is the cost of winning.
Chani wondered if Jessica was warning her of something terrible.
Many women have lost their husbands. They were jealous that I was called north.
I called you.
Chani felt her heart beating fast, afraid of hearing bad news.
The message was signed by Muad'Dib.
I signed it that way with his officers watching. It was necessary.
Jessica thought, Paul chose well. Chani is brave even when she is afraid. She may be the one we need now.
Now please tell me the real reason I am here.
You were needed to help me bring Paul back.
Jessica thought she had said it right. Chani knew Paul lived but was in danger.
What can I do? She wanted to shout, take me to him, but she waited.
I think the Harkonnens sent someone to poison Paul. It is the only thing that makes sense. It is a strange poison. I tested his blood carefully but found nothing.
Poison? Is he suffering? Can I?
He is unconscious. His body is barely working. Only the most careful tests can show he still lives. I fear what would have happened if I had not found him. To most eyes, he seems dead.
You have another reason for calling me. I know you well, Reverend Mother. Tell me what you think I can do that you cannot.
Jessica thought, she is brave and wise. She could have been a Bene Gesserit.
Chani, you may not believe this, but I don't know exactly why I called you. It was a strong feeling, a sudden thought. It told me, send for Chani.
Chani saw sadness on Jessica's face for the first time.
I have done everything I know. I used all my skills, and still, I failed.
Could Horlek, the old soldier, be the traitor?
Not Gurney.
Chani could feel all the memories behind those two words. She stood up and brushed the desert dust from her robe.
Take me to him.
Jessica rose and led her through the curtains on the left. Chani followed Jessica into a room that had once been a storeroom. The stone walls were now hidden behind heavy curtains. Paul lay on a sleeping pad near the far wall. A small light above him showed his face. He wore a black robe that reached his chest, and his arms lay straight at his sides. His skin looked pale and still. He did not move at all. Chani wanted to run to him and hold him, but she forced herself to stop. Instead, she thought of her own son, Leto. In that moment, she understood the fear Jessica had once felt. the fear of losing the man she loved and the duty to protect her child. That thought brought Chani closer to Jessica, and she took the older woman's hand. Jessica's grip was strong, but full of pain.
He is alive. I promise you, he is alive. But his life is very weak. Some leaders already say it is only me speaking, not the Reverend Mother. They believe my son is dead. They say I refuse to give his water to the tribe.
How long has he been like this?
Chani let go of Jessica's hand and moved closer to Paul.
3 weeks. I tried to wake him for almost a week. Then there were meetings and arguments. After that, I called for you. The Fedaykin obey my orders. Without them, I could not have kept the others away.
Jessica licked her dry lips and watched as Chani knelt beside Paul.
How does he eat?
He does not need food yet. His body needs very little right now.
How many people know about this?
Only his closest advisors. A few leaders. The Fedaykin. And whoever gave him the poison.
Do you know who did it?
No. We have tried to find out.
What do the Fedaykin believe?
They believe Paul is in a holy sleep. They think he is gathering strength for the final battles. I have helped them believe this.
Chani bent close to Paul's face. The air felt different, but she knew it was only the strong smell of spice.
You were not born among the spice. Have you thought his body might fight too much of it?
I already tested him.
When you change the water of life, you do it inside your mind. Have you used that power to check his blood?
His blood is normal for our people. His body is ready for life here.
Chani sat back and watched his face in silence. She calmed her thoughts and waited. After a time, she spoke again.
Do we have a maker here?
Yes. We have several. We need them for raids and victories.
But Paul never joins these rites.
How do you know this?
People speak about it.
Too many people speak.
Bring me raw water of the maker.
Jessica felt the strength in her voice and nodded with respect. She left at once to send for the water. Chani stayed beside Paul, deep in thought. If he tried this, she thought, it would be like him. Jessica returned and knelt beside her, holding a plain jug. The smell from it was sharp and strong. Chani dipped her finger into the liquid and held it near Paul's nose. The skin on his nose moved slightly. His nostrils slowly opened. Jessica gasped softly. Chani touched his upper lip with her damp finger. Paul took a deep breath, rough and broken, almost like a sob.
What is happening?
Be quiet. You must change a small amount of the sacred water now.
Jessica did not ask why. She trusted the truth in Chani's voice. She lifted the jug and drank a small sip.
She does not need to change the water.
His voice was soft but sure. Jessica tasted a small sip on her tongue. Her body began to fight the poison by itself. The ceremony gave her a light feeling, and she felt a warm life energy coming from Paul. In that moment, she understood.
You drank the holy water.
Only one drop. Just one small drop.
How could you do something so careless?
He is your son.
Jessica looked at her sharply.
Listen to her, mother. She is right.
A thing that another can do, he must also do.
When I tasted the drop, I felt what it was doing to me. Then I knew I could do what you have done. Your teachers speak of the Kwisatz Haderach, but they do not know the many places my mind has traveled. In those few minutes. Chani? How did you come here? You should be somewhere else. Why are you here?
He tried to lift himself up, but Chani gently pushed him down.
Please, my Usul.
I feel very weak. How long have I been here?
You have slept for 3 weeks. You were so still we thought you might never wake.
But I drank only a moment ago.
For me it was 1 moment, but for us it was 3 long weeks.
It was only 1 drop, but I changed it. I changed the water of life.
Before anyone could stop him, he dipped his hand into the jug beside him. He lifted the wet hand to his mouth and drank from it.
Paul.
He took her hand, looked into her face with a strange, cold smile, and she felt his mind touch hers. It was not gentle, not as open as before, but she could feel him inside her thoughts. It frightened her deeply.
You speak of a place you cannot go. Show it to me.
No.
But she could not escape him. His power pressed her mind. She closed her eyes and tried to look inside herself, toward the dark place. Paul's mind moved through her and into that darkness. She saw a strange space before her mind went blank, a place with wind and small lights moving, with white forms shifting in the dark. It scared her. When she opened her eyes, Paul was staring at her. He still held her hand, but the strong connection was gone. She trembled, then calmed herself. Paul let go of her hand. Without his touch she felt weak and took a step back. She almost fell, but Chani caught her.
Reverend Mother. What is wrong?
I'm just tired.
Sit down.
She helped Jessica to a soft cushion by the wall. Jessica leaned against her strong arms, grateful for them.
He has really seen the water of life.
He has seen it.
Her thoughts were confused from what she had felt. It was like standing on solid ground after being on moving water for a long time. She could feel the old Reverend Mother and all the others inside her mind asking questions. What was it? What did he see? What was that place? Then Jessica knew the truth. Her son was the Kwisatz Haderach, the one who could be in many places at once. He was the one the Bene Gesserit had dreamed of. But knowing that did not bring her peace.
What happened?
Jessica did not answer.
Inside every person there are 2 forces, one that takes and one that gives. A man can easily see the part of himself that takes. But to see the part that gives is very hard. It may change him into something not human. For a woman, it is the other way.
Jessica looked at Chani, who was listening carefully to Paul.
Do you understand me, Mother?
Jessica could only nod. These things are very old inside us, Paul said.
They are part of every bit of our bodies. We are made by such strong forces. You can think, yes, that makes sense. But when you look deep inside yourself, you can feel how strong life really is. It is not safe. It can be too powerful. The hardest danger for a person who gives is the act of taking. The hardest danger for one who takes is the act of giving. Both can control you easily.
Jessica looked at him. And you, my son, she asked. Do you give or do you take?
I stand in the middle, Paul answered. I cannot give without taking. I cannot take without giving. He stopped speaking and looked at the wall beside him.
Chani felt a light wind on her face and turned to see the hanging cloth move.
It was Othim, Paul said quietly. He was listening.
Chani understood him. She felt the strange power that often came to Paul. She suddenly knew what would happen, as if it already had. Othim would tell others what he had heard. Soon everyone would hear the story. People would say, Paul Muad'Dib is not like other men. He is special. There is no more doubt. He is a man, but he can see like a reverend mother. He is truly the Lisan al-Gaib.
Jessica watched him. You can see ahead, Paul, she said softly. Will you tell us what you saw?
Not the future, Paul said. I see what is happening now. He pushed himself up to sit, and waved to stop Chani from helping. Above Arrakis, the sky is full of ships from the guild.
Jessica's voice shook. Are you sure?
Paul nodded. The Emperor himself is there, he said. He looked up at the stone roof. He brought his truthsayer and many soldiers. The old Baron Harkonnen is also there with Thufir Hawat and many filled ships. Every great house has fighters waiting in their ships above us.
Chani stared at him, frightened and amazed. His calm face and flat voice made her feel small and cold inside. Jessica tried to speak through a dry throat. Why are they waiting? She asked.
Paul looked at her. They wait for the guild to give them permission to land. The guild stops any ship that lands without permission.
The guild protects us? Jessica asked.
Paul smiled without joy. Protects us? No. The guild helped cause this. They told stories about us and made travel easy, so now even poor houses have ships here waiting to steal from us.
Jessica saw he was not angry. His voice was quiet and sure. She believed him completely. The same deep feeling she had seen before was in him again. Paul took a long breath. Mother, you must change some of the water for us, he said. We need to start a reaction. Chani, send scouts to find a pre-spice place. If we put the water of life on a pre-spice mass, do you know what will happen?
Jessica understood at once. Paul, she said, shocked.
The water of death, he answered calmly. It will start a chain reaction. He pointed to the ground. It will kill the little sand creatures and stop the life circle that makes the spice. Arrakis will become empty and dead, with no spice and no makers.
Chani gasped and could not speak. The idea seemed terrible.
Paul looked at her. When a person can destroy something, that person really controls it. We can destroy the spice.
Jessica whispered, what holds back the guild then?
They are looking for me, Paul said. Think about it. The guild's best navigators can see through time to make safe paths between the stars. But now they are searching for me, and they can't find me. They feel fear. They know I hold their secret. He lifted his hand. Without the spice, they cannot see.
Chani said softly, but you said you see the present.
Paul lay back and closed his eyes. He tried to keep his mind clear as the strange power of the spice slowly faded. Go, do what I said, he told them. The guild cannot see clearly anymore, just like me. Their path is narrow now. Everything points to this place, where the spice comes from. Before, they never touched this world. Now they will. And soon, all paths will lead into darkness.
That day began when Arrakis stood in the middle of the universe, waiting for its fate to turn.
Look at that thing. Stilgar whispered.
Paul lay beside him on a high ridge of rock near the shield wall. He looked through a Freeman telescope. The lens showed a large ship below them, bright and clear in the morning light. The tall side of the ship shone in the sunlight. The shadow side still showed yellow windows from the lamps inside. Beyond it, the city of Arrakeen looked cold and bright under the northern sun. Stilgar was not amazed by the small ship, Paul knew, but by the huge metal camp built around it. A very tall metal building spread wide in a circle around the ship. It looked like a big tent made of many metal sheets. Inside were soldiers of the Emperor Shaddam IV and his servants.
I count 9 floors. There must be many soldiers in there.
5 legions.
The light is getting stronger. It is not safe to stay here, Muad'Dib. Let us go back to the rocks.
I am safe here.
That ship has weapons.
They think we are protected by shields. They will not shoot at only 3 people.
Paul looked through his telescope at the far cliffs. He saw small holes and slide marks where many of his father's men had died. For a moment, he felt those men were watching over this day. All Harkonnen forts and towns had fallen to the Freemen. Only this city and basin still belonged to their enemy.
They could send flying machines.
Let them come. We have many of our own, and a storm is coming.
He turned the telescope toward the other side of the landing field. There he saw the Harkonnen ships with a company flag beside them. He knew the guild had let only these ships land because they were afraid. They were waiting to see what would happen.
Do we see anything new? We should hide soon. The storm is near.
They even brought their women and servants. My dear Emperor, you are very sure of yourself.
Men are coming up the hidden path. It could be Othim and Korba.
All right. We will go back.
He took one last look through the telescope. He saw the ships, the bright metal camp, the quiet city, and the Harkonnen ships waiting. Then he moved away behind the rocks. A guard took his place at the telescope. Paul entered a shallow dip in the rock. It was about 30 meters wide and 3 meters deep, covered with a thin camouflage screen. Communication tools stood near a hole in the wall. Many freemen waited there for Muad'Dib's command. 2 men came from the hole and spoke to the guards. Paul looked at Stilgar and nodded.
Get their report.
Stilgar went to speak to them. Paul stretched his body and stood straight. He saw Stilgar send the men back into the hole and thought of the long tunnel they would have to climb down to reach the desert floor. Stilgar came back.
Why didn't they send a message by bird?
They are saving the birds for the fight. We should not use them, Muad'Dib. They can find you by following the signal.
They will be too busy soon. What did they tell you?
Our Sardaukar spies have been freed near Old Gap. They are going back to their master. All rocket and other weapons are ready. The people are in their places. Everything is going as you planned.
Paul looked at his men under the soft light. He felt time move slowly, like an insect crossing a rock.
It will take time before our Sardaukar friends can call for their carrier ships. Someone is watching them?
They are watched.
Shouldn't we find a safer place?
There is no safe place. Is the weather still the same?
Yes. A giant storm is coming.
The air over the desert had changed. A heaviness pressed against the dunes, promising a storm that carried more than sand.
Can you feel it, Stilgar? The air feels strange, but I like that we can guide the weather.
The storm will come soon. They know it too. No flyers in the sky, everything tied down. They got weather news from space.
Any more scout attacks?
None since they landed last night. They know we are here. I think they are waiting for the right time.
We will choose the time.
If they let us.
Their ships will stay above.
They may not.
They must. We can destroy the spice. The guild won't risk that.
Desperate people are dangerous.
Are we not desperate?
You don't understand the Freeman dream. Stilgar thinks about all the water we paid for and the long years before our land becomes green.
Why is he so serious?
He is always serious before a fight. That is his kind of joke.
It makes me sad to think of all the Harkonnens we will send away today.
He talks like one of the special fighters.
Gurney was born for battle.
Paul looked at his men. He wanted them calm before the fight. Gurney's face was dark again.
Fear makes us weak. You told me that once.
My Duke, I worry about the atomic weapons. If we use them to open the wall.
They won't use atomics against us. They are too afraid. They cannot risk losing the spice.
But there is the rule.
The rule? It is fear, not the rule, that stops them. The Great Convention says, using atomics on people means the world will be destroyed. We will blast the wall, not people.
That is a thin line.
They will look for any reason to act. Let's stop talking about it.
Paul turned away. He wished he felt more sure.
What about the city people? Are they ready?
Yes.
What is wrong?
I never trusted city men completely.
I was once a city man.
You did, I didn't mean.
I know. We judge a man by what he does, not what we think he will do. These city people have freeman blood. They are not free yet, but we will teach them.
Old habits are hard to change, you did. On the funeral plane we learned to look down on city people.
Tell us, Gurney, why did the Sardaukar push city people from their homes?
It was a trick, my Duke. They thought to slow us down with refugees.
The great powers forgot how to fight small groups. The Sardaukar made a mistake. They hurt city men and took women. They made the people angry. Now the people fight for us. The Sardaukar help our cause, Stilgar.
The city people seem ready.
Their anger is strong. That is why they fight at the front.
Many of them will die.
Yes, but they understand the danger. Every Sardaukar they stop helps us. Now they fight for their own lives. They know who they are. They are waking up.
A watcher looked through the telescope and spoke softly.
What is happening?
A lot of movement, New Dib. Near the big metal tent. A ground car came fast from the west. It moved like a hawk among small birds.
Our captured Sardaukar have arrived.
They have a shield around the whole landing field now. Paul looked toward the air storage yard.
I can see the wind moving even at the far end where they keep the spice, he said.
They know who they fight now, Gurney answered. Let the Harkonnens be afraid. They will learn that an Atreides still lives.
Paul spoke to the man watching through the telescope. Watch the flag on top of the Emperor's ship. If my flag goes up.
It won't, Gurney said.
Stilgar looked confused.
Paul explained, if the Emperor accepts my claim, he will show the Atreides flag on Arrakis again. Then we attack only the Harkonnens. The Sardaukar will stay out of the fight.
I don't know much about these people from other worlds, Stilgar said. It doesn't seem likely that.
You don't need experience, Gurney said. You can see what they are doing.
The crew is raising a new flag, the watcher said. It's yellow, with a circle of black and red.
Interesting, Paul said. That's the CHOAM company flag.
It matches the flags on the other ships, the guard said.
I don't understand, Stilgar said.
He is playing it safe, Gurney said. If he used the Atreides flag, people would expect him to respect that choice. Too many eyes are watching him. If he used the Harkonnen flag, it would be an open statement. But he didn't. He used the CHAM flag. He tells everyone in space where the money is. He doesn't care about House Atreides or anyone else.
How long until the storm reaches the shield wall? Paul asked.
Stilgar checked with the scout and came back. Very soon, New Dib. It is a huge storm, maybe even more than we hoped.
It belongs to me, Paul said quietly. The Fedaykin around him looked at him with respect. Even if it shakes the whole planet, it's not too much. Will it hit the wall directly?
It's close enough, Stilgar said.
A messenger ran in. The Sardaukar and Harkonnen patrols are leaving the area, New Dib.
They think the storm will make it too hard to see, Stilgar said. They believe we will have the same problem.
Tell our gunners to aim before the sand hides everything, Paul said. They must hit the front of each ship when the storm destroys their shields. He pulled back part of the cover and looked at the sky. Sand was already swirling high above. He replaced the cover. Start moving our people down, Stilgar.
Aren't you coming with us? Stilgar asked.
I'll stay for a while, Paul said.
Stilgar nodded to Gurney and left through the rock tunnel. Paul turned to Gurney.
You will set off the blast that opens the shield wall. Can you do it?
I can, Gurney said.
Paul spoke to a commander. Othim, move the patrols away from the blast area. They must be clear before the storm hits.
Othim bowed and left. Gurney leaned toward the telescope operator. Keep watching the south wall. It's open until we destroy it.
Send a flying messenger with a time signal, Paul said.
The watcher reported, ground cars are moving near the south wall. They're testing weapons. Our people keep shields on as you told us. Now the cars have stopped. Everything went quiet. Paul heard the windy sounds above them, the start of the storm. Sand began to fall through the holes in the cover. Suddenly, the wind tore the cover away. Paul signaled everyone to take shelter. He went to the men working the radios. Gurney stayed beside him. The signalman said, "It's a huge storm, New Dib."
Paul looked at the dark sky. Gurney, tell the south wall observers to come back. He had to shout because of the noise. Gurney ran to do it. Paul put on his face filter and pulled up his suit hood. Gurney returned. Paul touched his shoulder and pointed to the blast control beside the tunnel. Gurney stood there with one hand ready, watching Paul.
We get no signals, said the radio man. Too much noise.
Paul nodded. He looked at the time dial before him. He waited, then looked at Gurney and raised his hand. He watched the dial finish its circle. Now. Paul shouted and dropped his hand.
Gurney pressed the trigger.
A second passed before they felt the ground move under their feet. It shook and made a deep rumbling sound that joined the noise of the storm. A Fedaykin scout ran to Paul, holding a telescope under his arm.
The shield wall is broken, New Dib. The storm is on the enemy and our soldiers are shooting.
Paul imagined the storm sweeping over the land. The strong sand wind carried electric power that broke every shield in the enemy camp.
The storm is coming. We must go inside, New Dib.
Paul suddenly understood. The sand hit his face and it hurt. He thought, we cannot turn back now. He put his arm around the signalman and said, leave the equipment behind. There is more in the tunnel. The Fedaykin pulled him away to protect him. They went into the tunnel and it was quieter there. They turned a corner into a small room with glowing lights above and another tunnel going deeper. A signalman sat working.
Too much noise on the signal.
Close this tunnel. The air became still, and Paul knew they had obeyed. Is the way down still open?
Some rocks fell after the explosion. But the engineers say it is still open. They are clearing it with laser beams.
Tell them to use their hands. There are shields down there.
They are careful, Dib. The man went to give the order.
The signalman came in carrying their equipment.
I told them to leave it.
Freemen do not like to leave their tools, Dib.
People are more important than equipment. Soon we'll have more than we need.
They said the way down is open. We are near the surface, my lord. The Harkonnens may try to strike back.
They cannot strike back. They just learned that their shields are gone and they cannot leave Arrakis.
The new command post is ready, my lord.
They don't need me there yet. The plan can continue. We must wait for...
I'm getting a message, Dib. Too much noise.
Paul walked over to him. The Fedaykin moved aside. Paul looked at the paper and read.
Attack on Sietch Taba, captives. Alia, families, dead, they, son of Dib.
The message was broken and hard to read. Paul looked at Gurney.
The message is unclear. The noise. You don't know for sure.
My son is dead. My son is dead. Alia is taken as a prisoner. He felt empty, as if his heart had stopped. Everything he touched brought pain and death. It felt like a sickness that could spread anywhere.
He sensed old wisdom inside him, coming from many possible lives. A dark feeling seemed to laugh inside him. Paul thought, the universe does not understand real cruelty.
We may think the captive is dead, but she still lives. She is part of me, and she can see far beyond the world because of me.
Baron Vladimir Harkonnen stood with his eyes down, waiting in the Emperor's audience room. He had looked around quickly at the walls of shiny metal, the guards, servants, and soldiers standing there. The Sardaukar troops stood under old torn flags from past battles. From a passage came loud voices, "Make way for the Emperor."
Emperor Shaddam IV walked into the room with his people. He waited while they brought his throne. He did not look at the Baron or anyone else.
The Baron could not look away from him, wondering why he was called here. The Emperor stood tall and calm. He was thin and elegant in his gray uniform with silver and gold edges. His pale face and cold eyes made the Baron think of the dead Duke Leto.
The Emperor looked sharp and dangerous, like a hunting bird. His hair was bright red, but most of it was hidden under a black helmet with gold decoration. Servants brought his throne. It was a huge chair made from one piece of beautiful blue-green stone that shone with yellow lines. They placed it on the platform, and the Emperor sat down. An old woman in a black robe came forward from his group. She stood behind the throne and rested one thin hand on the stone. Her face looked strange, with hollow cheeks, a long nose, and pale skin with dark veins. The Baron felt afraid when he saw her. She was the Emperor's truth-sayer, Reverend Mother Mohiam, which showed how serious this meeting was. The Baron looked away from her and tried to understand the Emperor's group. He saw two guild agents, both fat, with quiet grey eyes. Among the servants stood the Emperor's daughter, Princess Irulan. She was tall and blonde, with a beautiful face and green eyes that seemed to look right through him.
My dear Baron.
I came because you called me Majesty.
Harsh laughter.
First, tell me where you sent your man, though for what?
The Baron looked around and felt nervous because he did not bring his own guards. They would not help much against the Emperor's soldiers anyway.
He has been gone 5 days, Majesty. He flew to a smuggler base to try to reach the camp of that Freeman leader, Dib.
Incredible. 5 days, Baron. Why are you not worried about him?
I am worried, Majesty. Hawat will die soon anyway. I gave him a poison that needs an antidote.
How clever. And where are your nephews, Rabin and young Phaedrotha?
The storm is coming, Majesty. I sent them to check our borders in case the Freemen attack.
The storm is weak here. And those desert people will not attack while I am here with 5 legions of soldiers.
Of course, Majesty. But it is wise to be careful.
Careful? Do you want me to forget how much time this disaster on Arrakis has taken? The money lost by my company? The court meetings and duties I had to stop because of your failure?
The Baron looked down. He felt fear rising inside him. Was the Emperor planning to kill him? He thought it was impossible because the other great houses were watching and waiting to gain power if the Emperor made a mistake.
Have you taken hostages?
It does not help, Majesty. The Freemen treat prisoners as dead already.
So?
The Baron looked around at the metal walls and thought about the huge tent above them. The richness around him made him uneasy. The Emperor had brought his servants, his women, their helpers, designers, and decorators, all the people from his court. They were here to see the Emperor end this war and later speak clever words about the battle.
Maybe you have not taken the right kind of hostages.
The Baron's body trembled. He realized the Emperor knew something he did not. Fear filled his stomach so much he felt sick. It was like hunger, and many times he wanted to order food, but there was no one there to listen.
Do you know who this Muad'Dib is? Asked the Emperor.
Probably one of the Freemen, said the Baron. A strong believer. They often appear far from the cities, Your Majesty.
The Emperor looked at his troops there, then turned angrily to the Baron. And you really know nothing more?
He is crazy, said the Baron. But all freemen are strange. Strange. They shout his name when they fight. The women try to help their men by doing wild things. They have no sense of order.
So terrible, the Emperor said quietly, sounding amused. The Baron felt nervous. My dear Baron, have you looked at the South Pole of Arrakis?
The Baron was surprised. Your Majesty, that area is empty. Only wind and sandworms. No spice there at all. No one has told you about green spots there? Yes, there were old reports. Some people looked once. They saw a few plants, but many ships were lost. Too dangerous.
I see, said the Emperor. He snapped his fingers. A door opened near the throne. 2 soldiers brought in a small girl. She looked about 4 years old. She wore a black robe, and her still-suit pieces hung at her neck. Her eyes were bright blue, showing she was Freeman. Her round face looked calm, not afraid. The Baron felt uneasy for a reason he did not understand. Even the truthsayer moved back and made a nervous sign. The Emperor began to speak, but the child spoke first in a clear, small voice.
So, this is him, she said. She came closer to the throne. He doesn't look special, only a scared old man who needs machines to hold up his heavy body.
The Baron stared at her with shock and anger. Was she a tiny adult? He wondered.
My dear Baron, said the Emperor, meet the sister of Muad'Dib.
The sister? The Baron looked at the Emperor. I don't understand. I heard that the South Pole, which you say is empty, actually has signs of people living there, said the Emperor. But that can't be true, the Baron said. The worms, the sand. These people can avoid the worms, said the Emperor. The little girl sat near the throne and swung her feet. She looked very sure of herself. The Baron noticed her small sandals under her robe.
I sent only 5 ships and a small group of soldiers to bring back prisoners, said the Emperor. Only 1 ship came back with 3 prisoners. My great soldiers were almost beaten by women, children, and old men. This child here was a leader of one group.
You see, Your Majesty, the Baron said quickly. That shows how strange they are.
I let them catch me, said the child. I did not want to face my brother and tell him his son was dead.
Only a few of our soldiers escaped, said the Emperor. Escaped? Do you hear that? We almost caught them too, said the child, but they used fire. My soldiers used fire from their ship's engines to protect themselves, said the Emperor. It was the only way to get free. Think of it, Baron, my soldiers running from women and children. We must attack with full power, said the Baron. We must destroy them. Be quiet, shouted the Emperor. He leaned forward angrily. Do not treat me like a fool. You say you know nothing about these people or their strength.
Majesty, said the old truthsayer softly.
The Emperor stopped her and looked back at the Baron. What kind of man are you, Baron?
The Baron stepped back, thinking, Rabban has done this to me. Rabban has caused all this.
And this false problem with Duke Leto, said the Emperor coldly. You planned it well.
Majesty, said the Baron, begging for mercy.
What are you?
Quiet!
The old Bene Gesserit woman put her hand on the Emperor's shoulder and whispered something in his ear. The little girl sitting on the high seat stopped moving her feet.
Make him more afraid, Shaddam, she said. I shouldn't enjoy it, but I do.
Be quiet, child, the Emperor said. He touched her head and looked at the Baron. Is this true, Baron? Are you really as foolish as my truthsayer says? Don't you know this child? She is the daughter of Duke Leto, your old ally.
My father was never his ally, the girl said. My father is dead, and this fat old Harkonnen has never seen me before.
The Baron could only stare. When he finally spoke, his voice was small. Who are you?
I am Aelir, she said. Daughter of Duke Leto and Lady Jessica. Sister of Duke Paul Atreides. She jumped down from the seat and stood on the floor. My brother said your head will hang from his flag, and I think he will do it.
Be still, child, the Emperor said. He sat back, thinking, and looked at the Baron.
I don't take orders from you, Aelir said. She turned to the old Reverend Mother. She knows.
The Emperor looked up at his truthsayer. What does she mean?
That child is not natural, the old woman cried. Her mother should be punished. Death is too kind. That child and her mother must die at once. She pointed at Aelir. Get out of my mind.
TP, the Emperor whispered. Then he looked quickly at Alia. By the Great Mother.
You don't understand, the old woman said. Not mine reading. She is inside my thoughts. Like the memories of the other women before me. She stands inside my mind. She should not be there, but she is.
What others? The Emperor asked. Explain yourself.
The old woman lowered her hand. I have said too much, but you must destroy this child. She is not really a child. We were warned long ago that such a one could be born. One of us failed and allowed it.
You talk too much, old woman, Aelir said. You don't know what happened. She closed her eyes, breathed deeply, and held it. The old woman gave a cry and almost fell. Aelir opened her eyes. That is what happened, she said calmly. A mistake of the universe, and you helped to make it.
What is this? The Emperor asked. Child, can you really send your thoughts into her mind?
No, Alia said. I can't think as she does unless I was born as her.
Kill her, the old woman whispered. She held the throne for support. Kill her.
Enough, the Emperor said. He looked closely at Alia. Can you speak with your brother?
He already knows I am here, Alia said.
Then tell him to surrender. That will save your life.
Alia smiled at him sweetly. I won't do that, she said.
The Baron stepped forward quickly. Majesty, he begged. I did not know.
If you interrupt me again, Baron, the Emperor said, you will never speak again. He kept looking at Alia. You refuse, then? Can you see what I plan to do if you disobey?
I said I cannot read minds, she replied. But I can see your intentions clearly.
Child, your position is hopeless. I can send my soldiers and destroy this planet.
It is not so easy, Alia said. She turned toward two men from the guild. Ask them.
It is unwise to go against me, the Emperor said. Do not deny my wishes.
My brother is coming, Alia said. Even an emperor will fear Muad'Dib, for he fights with justice and heaven is with him.
The Emperor jumped up. This foolish talk is over. I will take your brother in this world and crush them.
The room suddenly shook. Sand crashed behind the throne where the building joined the Emperor's ship. The air pressure changed as a large shield turned on.
I told you, Alia said quietly. My brother comes.
The Emperor stood, pressing his ear device to listen to a report. The Baron moved behind Alia. Soldiers ran to guard the doors.
We will go back to space and gather our forces, the Emperor said. Baron, forgive me. These madmen attack under the storm. We will show them the Emperor's power. He pointed at Alia. Throw her out into the storm.
Alia stepped back and pretended to be scared. Let the storm take what it wants, she cried.
Alia moved back and fell into the Baron's arms.
I have her, Majesty. Should I finish her now?
I'm sorry, Grandfather. You have met the Atreides' poison needle.
She stood up and dropped a small black needle from her hand. The Baron stepped back, looking at the red wound on his palm. His eyes were wide with fear. He floated weakly near the floor, unable to speak.
These people are mad. Quick! Into the ship! We will clean this planet of every enemy.
A bright light flashed to his left. A ball of lightning rolled away, making a loud crackling sound when it touched the floor. The smell of burned metal filled the room.
The shield. The outer shield is gone.
His voice was lost in a loud roar as the wall behind the Emperor shook. They hit the front of the ship. Someone yelled. Dust filled the room. Alia jumped up and ran toward the door. The Emperor turned and waved his men through another door behind the throne. We will fight here, he ordered. The hut shook again. The large doors opened at the other end, and wind and sand rushed in. Alia's small body could be seen for a moment in the bright light as she ran outside. The Sardaukar soldiers formed a line near the door to protect the Emperor.
Go inside, sire.
But the Emperor stayed on his platform, pointing toward the entrance. A huge part of the building was gone, and sand was blowing inside. A heavy dust cloud covered the land. Lightning showed flashes of shields breaking under the energy of the storm. Many fighters moved across the sand, Sardaukar soldiers and robed men jumping fast from the storm. Behind them came something huge out of the haze, giant sandworms with shining mouths, carrying Freeman riders ready for battle. The sandworms moved in a wide line, hissing as they came closer. The freemen's robes blew in the wind while their blades flashed in the yellow light. The Sardorka soldiers, shocked by the strange sight, were too surprised to act for a moment. Then they began to fight. Men battled all across the plain while the Emperor's guards pushed him into the ship and locked the door. They stayed there, ready to defend him. Inside the ship, the sounds outside became quiet. The Emperor looked around at the scared faces in the room. His oldest daughter stood nearby, her cheeks red with fear and effort. The old truthsayer stood like a dark shadow with her hood over her head. The Emperor's eyes found two calm men wearing the grey clothes of the guild. One man was taller and touched his eye. When someone pushed him, his hand moved and one of his contacts fell out. The eye was deep blue, almost black.
We do not know what will happen. But Muad'Dib does not know either.
Their words broke the Emperor's shock. He almost spoke sharply but stopped himself. He looked at the plain outside and saw the hopeless fight. Were these two men so lost in their strange power that they no longer saw what was real? Then he said, "Reverend Mother, we must make a plan."
Call Count Fenring.
The Emperor nodded and told one of his helpers to follow his order. He was a man of war and faith, both cruel and kind, clever and simple, human yet more than human. We cannot judge Muad'Dib's actions by normal ideas. When he won, he already knew a plan to kill him existed, but he accepted it calmly. Did he do it for justice? And whose justice was that? Remember, this was the Muad'Dib who had battle drums made from his enemies, the Muad'Dib who turned away from his old noble ways and said simply, "I am the Kwisatz Haderach." That is reason enough. On the evening of his victory, Paul Muad'Dib was taken to the governor's mansion in Arrakis. It was the same house his family had lived in when they first came to this desert world. The house looked almost the same as when Rabban lived there. It had not been badly damaged by the fighting, although some townspeople had stolen things. Many chairs and tables were broken or overturned. Paul walked inside with Gurney Halleck and Stilgar close behind him. The soldiers moved around, cleaning and making space for Muad'Dib. Another group checked the building to be sure there were no dangerous traps.
"I remember coming here with your father," Gurney said. He looked around at the high windows and ceiling beams. "I didn't like this place before, and I still don't. A cave would be safer."
"You talk like a true freeman," Stilgar said. Paul smiled a cold smile. "Will you change your mind, Muad'Dib?"
"This house shows what we have done," Paul said. "Rabban ruled here. If I take this place, everyone will see our victory. Tell the men to search the building. Do not break or touch things. Just make sure no Harkonnens are still hiding here."
"As you wish," Stilgar said. His voice sounded unhappy as he went to give orders. More men came, bringing radios and machines. They started setting up near the large fireplace. The guards stood around the room. Some whispered and looked around carefully. They still felt uneasy because this house had been their enemy's home for a long time.
"Gurney, send someone to bring my mother and Chani. Has Chani heard about our son?"
"Yes, my lord. The message was sent."
"Are the sandworms being moved out of the basin?" Paul asked.
"Yes, my lord. The storm is almost over."
"What damage did the storm cause?"
"Much," Gurney answered. "The landing area and spice fields are badly hit, some from the battle, some from the storm."
"Money can fix that, I suppose," Paul said.
"Not the lives lost, my lord," Gurney said sadly.
Paul looked down, thinking of the future he could still see in his mind. He saw battles and wars spreading across time. He sighed and walked to a chair near the wall. His father might have used that chair once. Now it was only a place where Paul could rest and hide his tiredness from the others. He sat down and pulled his robe over his legs, opening his stillsuit at the neck to breathe more easily.
The Emperor stays inside what is left of his ship, Gurney said.
Keep him there for now, Paul answered. Have they found the Harkonnens?
They are checking the dead.
What do the ships above say? Paul asked, pointing upward.
No answer yet, my lord.
Paul leaned back and sighed. Bring me one Sardaukar prisoner, he said. I will send a message to the Emperor. It is time to speak of peace.
Yes, my lord, Gurney replied.
Gurney made a hand signal to a guard standing near Paul. Then Paul spoke quietly.
Gurney, he said, since we are together again, you have not said the right words for this moment.
Gurney looked down and swallowed. His jaw became hard. As you wish, my lord, he said. Then he said slowly, and the victory that day became sadness for all the people, because they heard the king was hurting for his son.
Paul closed his eyes. He did not want to feel pain yet. He would wait to mourn Chani as he had waited to mourn his father. He turned his mind to his new knowledge of the day, the mixed futures and the strange feeling of his sister Alia's presence inside his thoughts. This part of his vision was very strange. He remembered her words, I have reached into the future to speak to you where only you can hear me. You cannot do that, my brother, she said.
I think it's an interesting game. And yes, I have killed our grandfather, the old Baron. He did not suffer much.
Paul heard only silence. He felt that time around him had stopped. Mudib, someone said. Paul opened his eyes. He saw Stilgar with his black beard and bright, serious eyes. You found the Baron's body, Paul said.
Stilgar's face became still. How did you know? He whispered. We found him in the big pile of metal the Emperor built.
Paul did not answer. He saw Gurney coming with 2 freemen. They were holding a captured Sardaukar soldier.
We have one, my lord, Gurney said. He told the guards to stop the man a few steps away from Paul. Paul saw that the man's eyes looked empty and strange. He had a blue bruise on his face. His uniform was torn, with only a few golden buttons and damaged braid left. I think he is an officer, my lord, Gurney said.
Paul nodded. I am Duke Paul Atreides, Paul told the man. Do you understand?
The Sardaukar did not move. Speak, Paul said. If not, your emperor may die. The man blinked and swallowed. Who am I? Paul asked. You are Duke Paul Atreides, the man said quietly.
He looked too humble, but Paul understood. The Sardaukar had never known defeat. They were trained only to win. He would think later about how that could be a weakness in soldiers. I have a message for your emperor, Paul said. He spoke using old formal words. I am a duke of a great house. I promise under the rules of the empire, if the emperor and his people stop fighting and come to me, I will keep them safe. He showed his hand with the duke's ring. I swear this.
The man looked nervous and glanced at Gurney.
Yes, Paul said. Only an Atreides could have Gurney Halleck's loyalty.
I will take the message, the Sardaukar said.
Bring him to our command post and let him go, Paul said.
Yes, my lord, Gurney answered and led the man away.
Paul turned to Stilgar. Chani and your mother have come, Stilgar said. Chani wants to be alone with her sadness. The Reverend Mother went into the strange room, I don't know why. My mother misses her planet, Paul said. She dreams of a place where water falls from the sky and plants grow everywhere.
Water from the sky, Stilgar whispered.
In that moment, Paul saw a change in him. Stilgar was no longer only a desert leader. He looked like a man full of wonder, ready to obey. Paul felt sad. He thought, I have lost a friend, he has become a worshipper. Loneliness came to him. He looked around. His guard stood stiff and proud, hoping for his attention. Muad'Dib, the one they believed gave all blessings. The thought was bitter. They think I want the throne, he thought. But they don't understand I do it to stop the holy war.
Rabban is dead too, Stilgar said.
Paul nodded. The guards moved aside as Jessica entered. She wore her black robe and walked with the strong steps of a freeman, but Paul saw that this house made her look again like the woman she once was, the Duke's beloved. Her face showed her old strength. Jessica stopped in front of Paul. She saw his tiredness, how he tried to hide it, but she felt no warmth for him. It seemed she could no longer feel anything for her son. Jessica had come into the great hall and felt that something was wrong. The place did not fit her memories. It felt strange, as if she had never been there, never walked there with Leto, never spoken with Duncan Idaho there. She thought, there should be a word for memories that turn away from themselves.
Where is Alia? She asked.
She is doing what any freeman child would do now, Paul said. She is helping remove enemy soldiers and marking them for the water recovery teams.
Paul, Jessica said.
She does it because she wants to help, Paul answered. It's strange how kindness and hardness sometimes look the same. Jessica looked at her son, shocked by how deeply he had changed. She wondered if his child's death had changed him.
Men tell strange things about you, Paul. They say you have powers from the old stories. They say you can see what others cannot.
Should have been Gesserit believe in stories?
I helped make you who you are. But you cannot expect me to.
Can you imagine living many lives, one after another? Think of all the things you would learn. Wisdom changes love. It also changes hate. To know what is cruel, you must know both kindness and cruelty. You should fear me, Mother. I am the Kwisatz Haderach.
Once you told me you were not the Kwisatz Haderach.
I cannot deny anything now. The Emperor is coming. He will be announced soon. Stand with me. I want to see them clearly. My future wife will be among them.
Paul, do not make your father's mistake.
She is a princess. She will help me win the throne. That is all. You think I cannot feel revenge because of what you made me?
Even against innocent people?
She thought, he must not make my old mistakes.
There are no innocent people left.
Tell that to Chani, Jessica said, looking toward the hall.
Chani entered, walking calmly between guards. Her face was uncovered, her steps slow and uncertain. She came to stand near Jessica. Paul saw the tears on her cheeks. His heart hurt for her pain.
He is gone, my love. Our son is dead.
He cannot be replaced. But we will have other sons. Usul promises this.
He moved her gently aside and turned to Stilgar.
Muad'Dib.
The Emperor and his people are coming. I will stand here. Bring the captives to the center of the room. Keep them 10 meters away unless I say otherwise.
Yes, Muad'Dib.
Paul heard the guards whisper in wonder. He knew. No one told him, but he knew. Voices came near the door. The Emperor's soldiers were singing their marching song. Gurney Halleck walked in, spoke quickly with Stilgar, then came to Paul's side with concern in his eyes. Paul thought sadly, will I lose Gurney too, as I lost Stilgar?
They have no weapons. I checked myself. Phaedratha Harkonnen is with them. Should I take him out?
No. Leave him.
There are guild people too. They want special treatment. They say they will stop their work on Arrakis. They told me to give you their message.
Let them talk.
Paul. That is the guild.
I will deal with them soon.
He thought about the guild. They had become weak, living only from others. They had stopped taking risks. They had chosen safety every time, and now they could not change. They will see their new master soon, Paul thought silently.
There is also a Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother. She says she is a friend of your mother.
My mother has no Bene Gesserit friends.
Gurney looked around the big room again, then bent close to whisper in Paul's ear.
My lord, Thufir Hawat is with them. I couldn't talk to him alone. He used our old hand signs. He said he works with the Harkonnens and thought you were dead. He said he must stay with them.
You left Thufir with those people?
He wanted that. I thought it was the right choice. If something is wrong, we can watch him. If everything is fine, then he can listen for us on their side.
Paul thought about the future he sometimes saw. In one future, Thufir carried a poisoned needle, told by the Emperor to use it against the young Duke. The guards at the door moved aside, making a narrow path with their spears. Soft sounds came from the visitors, clothes moving and feet brushing sand that had blown inside the building. The Emperor Shaddam IV walked into the hall with his people. His helmet was gone, and his red hair was messy. His uniform was torn at the arm. He wore no belt and had no weapons, but everyone around him kept their distance as if his power pushed them back. A Freeman guard held out a lance to stop him. The other people halted behind, showing many colors and uneasy faces. Paul looked at them all. He saw women hiding tears, servants silent in defeat, and an old woman with sharp eyes under a dark hood, Reverend Mother Mohiam. Beside her stood Phaedratha Harkonnen, sly and watchful. Paul remembered seeing that face in his visions of time. Then something moved behind Phaedratha. Paul saw a thin man with a narrow, weasel-like face. The sight made him uneasy.
The man to the left of the Reverend Mother, who looks wicked, who is he?
Count Fenring. He was here before us. He is called a eunuch and a killer.
Paul felt shock. He had seen the Emperor in many future visions but never this man. Why hadn't he appeared before? He had seen his own body dead in many futures, but never the exact moment he died. Could this man be the one who kills me? He wondered. Fear touched him, but he pushed it away. He looked instead at the Emperor's soldiers, the Sardauka, angry and desperate men. Some still studied the room, planning ways to change defeat into victory. Then Paul noticed a tall woman with blonde hair and green eyes. Her face was proud and strong, calm and unbeaten. He knew who she was, the Princess Irulan. She is important, he thought. The people moved again, and an old man came forward, Thufir Hawat. His face was lined, his lips dark, his shoulders bent with age. There is Thufir Hawat, Paul said. Let him come forward, Gurney.
My lord.
Let him come forward.
Gurney nodded. Thufir walked slowly as a guard lifted his lance to let him pass. His old eyes looked at Paul, studying him carefully. Paul stepped forward a little. He felt the tense stillness from the Emperor and his people.
Lady Jessica, today I learned how wrongly I judged you. You do not need to forgive me.
Paul waited. His mother said nothing.
Thufir, old friend. As you see, my back is not against any door.
The universe has many doors.
Am I my father's son?
You are more like your grandfather. You have his way and his eyes.
But I am still my father's son. You worked many years for my family. Now you may ask me for anything you want. Even my life. If you need it, it is yours. Paul moved closer, his hands at his sides. He saw understanding appear in Thufir's eyes. He knows that I found out about the betrayal, Paul thought. I mean it, Thufir. If you plan to harm me, do it now.
I only wish to stand before you once more, my Duke.
Paul saw that the old man was trying hard not to fall. He quickly held Herbert by the shoulders and felt his weak muscles shaking.
Does it hurt, old friend?
Yes, it hurts, my Duke, but it also feels right. Look, Majesty. This is the betrayer's needle. Did you think I would give less to the Atreides after serving them all my life?
Paul felt the old man become still and heavy. He knew that Herbert was gone. Gently, Paul put him on the floor and told the guards to take the body away. The big hall was silent while they obeyed. The Emperor looked tense and afraid now, his face hard, his eyes uncertain.
Majesty.
You think you have complete power now, but you are wrong. You broke the law. You used forbidden weapons.
I used them only on part of the desert. It blocked my way. I needed to reach you quickly, Majesty, to ask about your strange actions.
There is a large space fleet of great houses above Arrakis. I just need to give one word, and they will attack.
Oh yes, I almost forgot them. Gurney, are those the guild agents over there?
Yes, my lord.
You two, go and send messages to make that fleet go home. From now on, you must ask me before acting.
The guild does not take your orders. You may be punished for...
If you keep talking nonsense, I will stop all spice on Arrakis forever.
Are you crazy?
You agree I have the power to do this?
Yes, you could do it, but you must not.
So, you are both guild navigators?
Yes. You would also hurt yourself. Without spice we will all die slowly. Do you understand what happens when you lose it after being addicted?
Then you cannot see safe paths anymore. The guild is helpless. People on every planet become small lonely groups. I could do this just because I feel bored or angry.
Let us speak in private. We can make an agreement.
Send the message now. I am tired of talking. If the fleet doesn't leave soon, we will have nothing more to say. Use our equipment.
We need to discuss this.
Enough. If I can destroy something, then I completely control it. You already agreed I have that power. There will be no discussion or deals. Obey my order now or face the result.
He means it. Slowly, they moved toward the machines to send the message.
Will they do it?
They can see what will happen if they don't. Every guild navigator on every ship knows what disobedience means. They will obey. When you were allowed to take the throne after your father, it was because you promised to keep the spice flowing. You failed them, Majesty. Do you know what that means?
Nobody allowed me to.
Stop pretending.
The guild is like a small village beside a river. They need the river's water, but they only take a little each time. They cannot build a wall to stop the river and keep it all, because people would see what they're doing and destroy them. The spice is their river, and I have made a wall across it. But if they destroy my wall, they will destroy their river too. The Emperor moved his hand through his red hair and looked at the two guild men.
Even your truthsayer is shaking. The Reverend Mothers can use many kinds of poisons for their tests, but when they use spice liquor, the other poisons stop working.
An old woman wrapped her black robe tightly around her and walked forward from the crowd. She stopped at the barrier.
Reverend Mother Gaius Helen Mohiam. It has been a long time since Calodon, hasn't it?
Well, Jessica, I see your son is truly the one. Because of that, I can forgive even your daughter.
You never had the right to forgive my mother. Try your tests on me, old witch. Where is your Gom Jabbar now? Look inside the place you fear. You will see me there looking back at you.
You have nothing to say? I gave you welcome among humans. Don't spoil that.
Look at her, everyone. She is a Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother. She and her sisters waited many lifetimes for a child with the right birth and life to fit their plan. Look at her now. She knows that child has been born. I am that one. But I will never obey her.
Jessica. Stop him.
You stop him yourself.
For what you have done, I could have you killed. You could not stop me. But I think it is better punishment if you live many more years knowing you can never control me.
Jessica, what did you do?
I will give you only one truth. You saw part of what people need, but you saw it badly. You try to control who will marry and have children to follow your plan. You understand nothing.
Don't speak of this.
Be quiet.
His voice cut the air like a wave. The old woman fell back, her face empty with shock at his power.
Jessica. Jessica.
I remember your Gom Jabbar. You remember mine. I can destroy you with only a word.
The freemen looked at each other. They remembered the legend that said, his word can bring death to those who fight against what is right.
Your Majesty, we both know how to end this problem.
How dare you? You are nothing. A traveler with no family.
You already said who I am. You called me your family. Let's stop pretending.
I am your ruler.
Paul looked at the guild men near the machines. One of them nodded to him.
I could force this.
You wouldn't dare.
Paul kept silent, staring at him. The princess touched her father's arm.
Father.
Don't use tricks on me. You don't need to do this, daughter. We have other ways.
But this man could be your true son.
She speaks for you.
She speaks for you.
That is Irulan, the oldest one?
Yes.
Do you want me to leave, Muad'Dib?
Leave? You will never leave me again.
There is nothing that binds us.
Speak only truth with me, my Sihaya. What joins us cannot break. Now watch everything. I want to see this room later through your eyes.
The Emperor and his truthsayer began to argue quietly but fiercely. Paul spoke to his mother.
She says it was their plan to put a Bene Gesserit woman on the throne. Irulan was trained for that.
That was their plan?
Of course.
I can see it too. And you should remember that I taught you those things. You don't need to teach me.
Paul looked at her and saw a cold smile. Gurney Hallek moved between them.
My lord, there is a Harkonnen among them. The one with narrow eyes. He looks very cruel. You once promised.
Thank you, Gurney.
The young Baron now, since the old one is dead. I'd gladly face him.
Do you think you can defeat him?
You joke, my lord.
Paul looked toward the Emperor and said quietly.
Mother, that talk between the Emperor and his advisor has gone on too long.
Yes.
Your Majesty, is one of your men a Harkonnen?
Your group is safe under your own promise.
I only want to know who is here. Is a Harkonnen truly part of your group, or is one hiding with you because he is afraid?
Anyone I accept is part of my group.
You have a duke's word, but New Dib may not agree with your rules. My friend Gurney Hallek wants to face a Harkonnen. If he
Calmly. Your father started this fight, Atreides. You call me a coward, but you hide behind women and send servants to fight for you.
Kenley, you say? There are strict laws for that.
Paul, stop this.
My lord, you promised me a chance against the Harkonnens.
You already had your chance.
His heart began to race. He took off his robe and hood, gave them to his mother with his belt and knife, and started to remove his stillsuit. He felt that everything in the universe was pointing to this moment.
There's no need for this. There are easier ways.
Paul finished taking off his stillsuit.
I know. Poison, secret killers, all the usual tricks.
You promised me a Harkonnen. You owe me.
Did you suffer more than I did?
My sister. Many years as a slave.
My father. My friends Thufa and Duncan. My years in hiding with nothing. And now this is Carnley. You know the rules.
My lord, that man is no more than an animal. Let someone else end him, or let me do it. Don't you go yourself.
New Dib does not need to fight.
But Duke Paul must.
That Harkonnen is a beast.
Paul almost spoke about his own Harkonnen blood, but his mother gave him a sharp look.
But he is still human, Gurney. He deserves at least that doubt.
If he moves toward you,
please step aside. He held the knife and gently moved Gurney away.
Gurney. He is like his grandfather when he feels this way. Don't stop him. That's all you can do now.
The Emperor looked first at Phaedrautha's strong body and then at Paul, tall but thin and sharp. Jessica came close to Paul and spoke softly so only he could hear.
Son, sometimes the Bene Gesserit prepare a dangerous man with a word hidden deep inside his mind. When the word is spoken to him, his body becomes weak. The word is Euroshna. If he was trained that way, saying that word could make him helpless.
I want no secret advantage.
Move back. Don't stand in my way.
Gurney spoke quietly to Jessica. Why is he doing this? Does he want to die and make people think he's a holy man? Is it this strange Freeman religion that makes him act like this?
Jessica covered her face with her hands. She did not really know why Paul was doing this. She felt danger in the room and knew that Paul had changed. He could do something terrible now. She wanted to protect her son, but she could not help him.
Is it this religion? Gurney asked again.
Be quiet, Jessica whispered. And pray.
The Emperor suddenly smiled. If Phaedrautha Harkonnen, of my group, wishes it, he said, I give him freedom to choose what he will do. The Emperor pointed toward Paul's guards. Someone there has my belt and short knife. If Phaedrautha wants it, he may use my knife to face you.
I want that, Phaedrautha said.
Paul saw the joy and pride on his face. He feels too sure of himself, Paul thought. That gives me an advantage. Bring the Emperor's knife, Paul said. When they obeyed, he pointed to the ground. Put it there. He touched the place with his foot. Move the Emperor's people against the wall. Let the Harkonnen stand clear.
People moved fast, clothes brushed together, voices spoke low, and a few muttered protests. The guild men stood near the communication machines, watching Paul with doubt. They can usually see the future, Paul thought. But now they are blind, just like I am. He felt the strange winds of time around him. Everything seemed full of worry and confusion. He sensed that this moment was the start of something very big. He thought about the war that would soon begin, the great reasons behind it, and how humans wanted change. People needed hard times to grow strong again. At this moment, every person seemed to be part of one great living thing, full of strong feeling that nothing could stop.
Paul saw that he could not prevent it. He had tried to stop the coming war, but it would still happen. His soldiers would fight even without him. They only needed his name. He had given them power over the guild that needed spice to survive. He felt a heavy sadness, a sense that he had failed. Through that feeling, he saw Feyd-Rautha take off his torn uniform and stand ready to fight, wearing a tight vest of mail. This is the final moment, Paul thought. From here, everything will change. If I die now, people will say I gave my life so my spirit could lead them. If I live, they will believe that no one can stand against Muad'Dib.
Are you ready, Atreides? Feyd-Rautha called, using old ritual words. He lifted the knife and said, "Get ready to die." "How well you move," Feyd-Rautha said. "Have you prepared for death?" Feyd-Rautha asked.
Paul answered with the Freeman words, "May your knife break." He pointed at the Emperor's knife on the floor. Feyd-Rautha came forward and picked it up. He tested its weight and smiled. Paul moved forward softly, eyes on the knife, body low, his white crisp knife ready light part of his arm. They moved in circles, watching closely for a chance to strike. He talks too much, Paul thought. That is his weakness. He cannot stand silence.
The old Reverend Mother watched, her hands shaking. The young Atreides had called the Harkonnen cousin. She understood then that Paul knew the blood they shared. It was clear, for he was the one they called the Kwisatz Haderach.
Her thoughts pushed her to look at the most important thing. This fight could destroy everything the Bene Gesserit had worked for in their long plan. She knew what Paul saw. Feyd-Rautha might kill, but he would not win. She felt afraid. Two results of the Bene Gesserit plan were about to fight until both could die. If that happened, only Feyd-Rautha's baby daughter and Alia would be left. Both were unknown and dangerous.
Maybe you only have old, strange rites here. Shall I ask the Emperor's truthsayer to prepare your spirit?
Paul smiled and moved quietly to the right. He stayed alert. His dark worries were gone as he focused on the fight. Feyd-Rautha jumped forward, pretending to strike with his right hand, but quickly moved the knife to his left. Paul moved away easily. He saw Feyd-Rautha's slight hesitation, a habit from fighting with shields. It was not very strong, so Feyd-Rautha had fought before without shields.
Do you run or fight, Atreides?
Paul kept moving in a circle, silent. Old training words from Duncan, Idaho came to his mind.
Use the first moments to study your enemy. You might miss a quick win, but careful watching helps success. Be patient.
Do you think moving in circles gives you more time to live? Fine.
He stopped and stood tall. Paul had studied him enough. Feyd-Rautha moved to his left, showing his right hip as if his heavy belt could guard him. He held the knife ready in both hands. Paul hesitated. Maybe the belt hid something. Feyd-Rautha looked too sure of himself for a man fighting someone who had destroyed the Sardaukar soldiers this day. Feyd-Rautha saw Paul's pause and laughed.
Why wait? You just stopped me from taking control of this world.
Paul thought, if there is a secret dart, it is very clever. The belt looks untouched.
Why don't you talk? You smile at me?
Paul kept circling, smiling coldly. His silence made Feyd nervous. Paul almost missed the attack and felt the knife cut his left arm. The pain was sharp but small. He forced his mind to stay calm. The earlier hesitation was a trick. Feyd-Rautha was clever, using trick after trick.
Your man Thufirhawat taught me how to fight. He helped me strike first. Too bad the old fool didn't live to see it.
Expect what happens in the fight. Then nothing surprises you.
They crouched and circled again, careful. Feyd-Rautha looked excited, and Paul wondered why. Was it because of the small cut? Maybe there was poison on the blade. But that seemed impossible. Paul's own soldiers had checked the knife. They wouldn't allow poison.
That woman you spoke to, the small one, who is she? Is she special to you? Should I give her my own kind of attention?
Paul stayed silent. He checked the blood from his arm. He felt something strange in it, something to make his muscles slow. He changed his body's rhythm to fight it. So the blade had a sleeping drug. Not enough to kill, but enough to weaken. His enemies had planned well, hiding danger under danger. Feyd-Rautha jumped again. Paul pretended to move slowly, as if hurt by the drug. At the last second, he shifted and pointed his knife at Feyd-Rautha's arm. The knife cut him lightly. Feyd-Rautha pulled away, pale in his jaw from pain. Let him fear his own blade, Paul thought. Let him imagine poison.
Treachery. He poisoned me. I feel something in my arm.
Only a little acid to fight the sleeping drug on your emperor's knife.
Feyd-Rautha smiled coldly. He raised his knife to salute, but his eyes were full of anger. Paul moved his own knife to his left hand, ready to match him.
They moved in slow circles, watching each other with care. Feyd-Rautha stepped closer, his knife raised high. His face was tight with anger. He made a false attack, and in the next moment they were close, blades locked, pushing with all their strength. Paul kept his eyes on Feyd-Rautha's right side. He feared a hidden poison needle. He turned to guard himself and saw something small move near Feyd-Rautha's belt. Paul shifted fast, and the sharp point missed him by almost nothing. Then he noticed another threat on the other hip.
More tricks, he thought.
Paul moved with trained skill, but he lost his balance as he avoided the needle. Feyd-Rautha forced him down and fell on top of him with heavy weight.
Look at my hip. It means your death. This will freeze your body. Then my knife will finish it. No one will ever find the poison.
Paul struggled beneath him. His mind reached for a secret word that could stop Feyd. Another world with gardens and soft life.
The freemen trust the words of Muad'Dib, Paul said. There will be water flowing under the open sky. There will be green places full of life. But we must also think about the spice. So Arrakis will always have desert. It will have strong winds and hard tests. These things make people strong. The freemen say, God made Arrakis to teach the faithful. We cannot go against God's plan.
The old truthsayer, Reverend Mother Gaius Helen Mohiam, heard a different meaning in Paul's words. She saw a great holy war in her mind and spoke with sudden fear.
You cannot send these people into the universe.
You will miss the old gentle ways of the Emperor's soldiers, Paul said sharply.
You cannot, she said in a low voice.
You are a truthsayer, Paul said. Think again about what you say. He looked at the princess, then back at the Emperor. This should end soon, Majesty.
The Emperor looked at his daughter with pain in his eyes.
She touched his arm and spoke gently. I was trained for this, Father.
The Emperor took a deep breath.
You cannot stop what is coming.
The Emperor stood straight, holding on to his old pride. Who will speak for you in these talks, my relative?
Paul turned and saw his mother. She stood with Chani and a group of freeman guards. Paul walked to them and looked at Chani.
I understand why this must happen, Chani said quietly. If it must be, Usul.
Paul heard the sadness in her voice and touched her face. My Sihaya, you never need to be afraid, he said softly.
Jessica listened, feeling a cold weight in her son's careful plans. What do you want me to ask for? She said.
The Emperor's full share in the CHOAM company, as the marriage gift, Paul said.
All of it? Jessica asked. She was shocked.
Yes. He must give it up. Gurney Halleck will receive a title and a place in CHOAM. He will rule Calodon. Every living man of House Atreides will receive a title and power, even the lowest soldier.
And the freemen? Jessica asked.
The freemen belong with me, Paul said. Muad'Dib will decide their rewards. Stilgar will become ruler of Arrakis. That can come later.
And for me? Jessica asked. Do you want something for me? Maybe Calodon, she said, looking at Gurney. I am not sure. I am too much freeman now, and also a reverend mother. I need quiet time to think and rest.
You will have that, Paul said, and anything else that Gurney or I can give you.
Jessica nodded. She suddenly felt old and tired. She looked at Chani.
And for the royal concubine?
No title for me, Chani said softly. Nothing. Please.
Paul looked into her eyes. He remembered her holding their small child long ago. That child was now gone because of the fighting. I promise you, Paul said quietly, you will not need a title. That woman over there will be my wife, and you will be called a concubine only because of politics. We need peace now. We need the great houses to stand with us. We must follow the old rules. But that princess will have only my name. She will have no child from me, no touch, no love, not even a soft look.
That is what you say now, Chani said. She looked at the tall princess across the room.
Do you know my son so little? Jessica said quietly. Look at that princess. She stands proud and sure. They say she wants to be a writer. Let us hope books bring her comfort. She will have little else. Jessica gave a short, bitter laugh. Think about it, Chani. She will have the title of wife, but she will live with less love than a concubine. She will never feel kindness from the man she is tied to. But we, Chani, we who are called concubines, history will remember us as wives.
Frank Herbert was a famous writer. He wrote the Dune series. He was born in Tacoma, Washington. He studied at the University of Washington in Seattle. Before becoming a full-time writer, he worked many jobs. He was a TV cameraman, a radio speaker, an oyster diver, and a teacher. He also worked as a reporter and newspaper editor. In 1952, he began to publish science fiction stories. His first story was called Looking for Something. His greatest success came in 1965 with the book Dune. Later, he wrote many more books in the series, including Dune Messiah and Children of Dune. The series became very famous. He also wrote about 20 other books. He passed away in 1986.